All right. Here we go. Let's get things sorted here so we can get a little paint in. A little painting. That's what we're all about, right? A little painting. A little painting in the afternoon. It's the afternoon here. 2:49 here on the east coast of the United States of America. 68 degrees Fahrenheit. Good old Imperial. All hail the Imperium. That's where we sit today. We're just about to get started here. And it's been a while. It's definitely been a while. I'm going to pull out some speed painteroonis. I'm going to get old Ota Sora. Do I have autofocus on? Oh, I do. Autofocus is on today. And just like that, it goes out of focus. Because it's autofocus. La dun dun dun. Gonna work on him with some speed paints today. Said that twice now. Let's get this down. There we go. Looks about right. Maybe a little bit off. Boy, getting this all set up is a pain. Come on. That's a SCO here. Why is it over there? I don't want it over there. So if I get close to the camera, which way is which here? Right there is good, I guess. I think today we'll keep the autofocus on, see how well it does. Let's get out some brushes, a little assortment of brushes. Boy, this one is a little too small. Gonna have to run some of these brushes through the cutter here. Get something going on. Uh-oh, this brush seems frozen. I don't know what happened there. I usually clean these brushes, but I don't think I cleaned this one very well. Wow. Don't know what's going on there. Where are we at? So very slow start today. I haven't been streaming in over a week. Well over a week. So that's throwing people off for sure. Plus the weather's beautiful. Who wants to be indoors streaming? Or watching a 2 to 3 hour stream? Who wants to do that? Well, I'm here. And I know somebody else does. A couple folks now lurking there. So I'm not alone. I'm not alone. We'll see who joins us. Folks usually come in after a certain point of my nonsense. They wait till I start painting and shut my mouth for a while. Right? Shut my mouth for a while. Little mouth shutter. You're talking too much. What's the matter with you? Not sure what I'm going to do today. I'm going to use blood red. We're going with blood red. What else? Do we want white, off-white, or do we want a pallid bone? Do I want to use some speed paint? Oh, I got to get some more speed paints, man. Which I am going to do very shortly. Not today, of course, but we got some here to work with. Bone. Gonna have to use some acrylics too. In fact, that's what I'll paint first, the acrylics. Paint that first, then the speed paint. That's the way we'll do it. Feel free to say hi, folks. I see a couple of you out there. Only live on YouTube today. Only YouTube today. That's all. I'm not going to do the other platforms today. Just a little old YouTubeage. Keep things simple and low-key, right? I like low-key. Oh, we got some very hot coffee there. And it's good. Do I want to co-host today? I don't know. I'm going to take a quick look over at the Discord. I haven't been paying attention much. See if I want to bring in a co-host today. I don't know. I don't know. Who would make a good co-host today? I don't know. Maybe I'll just lie low here. Keep it on the down low, right? Just got an email the other day, but I didn't check my mail today. I gotta check my email. Got a message from GMT Games yesterday. You know what that means when you get an email from GMT? Pretty much means one thing. They charged your card. You got something coming. Yeah. Let's see, I didn't check my emails today. Anything interesting? Free League. Dragonbane and 7 other RPGs. 25% off. Spring Fling Sale 2025 at Free League, folks. There you go. That's going on. Let me check my other emails here. Check it out. Let's check out this email address. Okay. Alright. Oh. I guess GMT really did charge my card. I thought I changed my card. I don't know. GMT Games has charged your card for for buy swords and bayonets. Great battles of the American Civil War, folks. This is an exciting volume they got coming out. It's a smaller one, in more ways than one. It's meant to be like a easy to digest, great for beginners to the series. So you get some smaller battles, smaller maps, so very manageable. And Great Battles of the American Civil War series is notorious for being monster games. Battles of the American Civil War, of course. But yeah, so this is designed to be a little bit more easier for folks, new folks especially, to get into. It's in high demand, so they finally designed it, put it out, got it through the P500. Boom! It's now on its way to my house. At least that's what it says. I don't know about that, though. I thought I changed my card. But that was 2 days ago. They haven't got in touch with me. They must have got their money. Right. So yeah, there's that going on. I'll look through these later. La-di-da. Boy, it might be just me and a couple lurkers today. That's okay. I'm curious if anybody's out there going to do some painting with me. Let me know that this is all worthwhile. I guess some people like to just listen in. I know who you are, Ryan. I know who you are. He's probably my one lurker. Maybe. Maybe not. Just had our holiday here. Easter. I didn't even realize realize it was Easter till after the fact. Nice. There, that brush is a little better. Not that I need it today. But we do have to maintain these brushes. Did some 3D printing yesterday. The day before. Yeah, it's my first go with resin printing. Finally got my Saturn 8K kicking around. After a couple fails, third try was a charm. So all is good regarding that. I'm very excited, very happy about that. So I could finally move forward with the printing. It's in a good location at the moment. We'll see if I keep it in there. Lot going on, folks. Lot going on. Printing is just one thing that's going on. Played a lot of Dead Zone over the week, last 3 days. How many games did I play over the course of the weekend? Probably about four or five games, maybe even 6. No, I played twice with Jake and Jesse, and then I think I played solo at least twice, something like that. Great fun. I'm having a blast with that game. I've only got 2 of the factions, so I got to get another one next, along with some other things. I think I'll get the Forge Fathers. Big fan of Space Dwarves. Forge Fathers, the GSPC or whatever they're called, the Human Security Forces. I'm going to get them too. I like them. Oh. I like them a lot. Let me see, where's my thingy-majiggy? Oh, here we are. Samji. Yeah. Check. All right. We'll do a little slow-paced, relaxing chatteroony today. For sure. Let me go to my stream. Where is my stream here? Oh, I don't even have this up. Gotta get used to this again. Where's my vape? Must have left it in the other room. Oh, jeez. Never prepared. Boy, my screen is really close up to the mat here. Yikes. All right. Okay. Okay, whatever works. Let me make sure I have my... that up. Let me test it out, actually, and see. Ah. That works, okay. Always good to double check that. My setup is a little tricky here. Alright, let me go grab my vape here so I can relax here. Get into the vibe. Get into the vibe, folks. People always join the stream right when I start getting into the painting. When I start these, I'm kind of relaxed, taking it easy. I'm not painting, just hanging out with you guys. But nobody shows up. As soon as I get into painting, that's when everybody shows up. And then I can't really paint as much. Just gotta pay attention. Got this going on here. Got a nice plate here to work with for cutting and crafting and painting. That's gonna be useful. Pretty heavy too. Boom. Throw that down. Look at that. Isn't that nice? Yeah. Makes a good palette. But it's also good to cut on, like a cutting board. So yeah, this is nice. One side is smooth, one side is all textured. We'll keep it on this side. Don't ask me where I got it. We'll leave it at that. I got it. And I'm going to use it. So yeah. Chaka chaka cha. So I did the starter set for Dead Zone. Terrain, 2 factions, rulebooks, dice. Full starter from Mantic. And it took me about 2 weeks going at my usual pace, maybe a little bit faster than normal, using speed paints. 2 weeks to get it all done. The terrain, all the models except one. This is the last one. I've intentionally set him aside for later. So about 2 weeks and it was all done. That was pretty good. Very convenient. I didn't feel rushed or pressured or anything. And I'm telling you right now, these speed paints, which I'm new to, I've only painted, previous to this, I've only painted like 2 figures using speed paints. Well, more than that actually. I've been painting quite a few, but not entirely with speed paints. Getting used to them, practicing. And my goal was to do this starter set as much as possible just with speed paints, which of course I'm not going to do. I've got to use some acrylics in there. Got to. There's dry brushing I got to put on there, and some colors I don't have, so yeah, I'm going to use normal paints too. But I'd say about 90% on up was speed paint. And very enjoyable to use. There is a learning curve, but not much. I mean, I got used to it after maybe a couple of miniatures. After that, I was starting to experiment with things like, wow, what else can I do with this? This is pretty good. But I've been using the Zenithal Prime as well on the figures. Basically to see how quickly I can get through this starter set. And I estimate it as high as 5 times as fast, my normal speed. 3 to 5 times is what I've concluded with the speed paint. And the thing is, it's very satisfying to paint with these things. I don't know why. I guess it's splashing the paint around. You got to be careful, but yeah, this stuff really flows nice, and it's kind of nice to pop it on there and watch it go into the recesses and flow and work its magic right before your eyes. It's kind of nice. I like it. Very enjoyable. And it speeds up the whole process. So I highly recommend speed paints as another tool for our toolbox. Now, some of you folks might know that I didn't get out of the hobby, but I sold off most of my collections with the idea that I'm going to start over and have new models and do it all over again. And that's what I've been doing the past few months. And my goal is really just to get stuff looking good and on the table. I don't want to dilly-dally. I love painting, but man, I don't want to take forever. I'm trying to build up my armies again. So, at least at this stage, I kind of want to move things along quickly. And that's one reason why I'm trying out the speed paints from Army Painter. I know there's other manufacturers, Express and all that stuff. But this is what I have. And this is what I've been using. Very happy with them. Very satisfied. And I do recommend them. So check them out, folks. Speed paints. They work great. And did I mention they were satisfying? Yeah, there you go. Satisfying. How you doing, folks? Feel free to say hi. Let me know you're out there. If you're working on something, painting, crafting, whatever. Maybe you're arguing with the wife. Maybe you're painting the house. Maybe you're painting your house. Maybe you're painting your neighbor's house. I don't know what you're doing, but let me know what you're doing. Say hi. So I know I'm not doing this in vain. Today we got autofocus. Let's see it blinking in and out. I wish it wouldn't do that. This is Ota Sora. I had to put a little green stuff on him. I did it so well you can't even tell. Right up here, I had to put green stuff right in there. Looks like there's a gap, not a gap, but you could see the line break there on the handle. That's because there is green stuff layered over top of it, thus making the one side bigger. And down here, I can't even find where it is, but somewhere on this handle, right here at the top, there's green stuff. Basically hiding gaps and, yeah, giving a better connection between the gun and the model, because the gun was separate. So yeah, that came out really good. Been doing a lot with the green stuff. I'm new to using that actually too. I've been in this hobby 40 years and yet I've never used green stuff. Go figure. That's because I used other things. I didn't use green stuff. But yeah, there he is. So we're going to get a start on him today. Once we get some folks in here. Ta-ta, ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. That's a black, gray, and white Zenithal Prime. You can see the gray in there. Should be an interesting model. I do have to use some acrylic colors on him. I don't have colors proper for all of him in speed paint. His flesh is out like a green lizard-like scaly creature. You can't see much of that flesh. You'll see it on his front here. But that's going to be acrylic. Plus the metallics. There's some metallic brass or bronze on the gun and on his shoulder pads, maybe gold. I don't have any metallics other than acrylic. And what else? Pretty much going to paint him like the picture, except instead of white, I don't know. Instead of white for the gun, I might use a pallid bone, because that's what I used on all the other Asterians. All their guns are pallid. Pallid. Do you understand? They're pallid. And there, of course, is the plague dudes. Those aren't mine, but I painted them previous. Let's try and change the picture here to Ota, sorry. Ota. What a Ota. Let's see. Well, here's something interesting. Oh, geez, can't see it. It's humongous. All right, let me shrink that. Why did it do that? Why, oh, why did it do that? It's gigantic. You could see my 3D prints that I did over the weekend. So yeah, those are test models. I got that done. Took 3 tries to get it right, but they came out beautiful. Perfect. So yeah, I'm in business as far as that's concerned. A lot more 3D printing to come. resin, as well as the FDM. Where is Ota? Got some sweet battle pictures here. There's Ota. Let's put him up there. Oh, he's tiny. One shrunk and one got huge. There he is. So yeah. Gives you an idea of what we're looking at, huh? That's about right. We'll see. He won't be exactly like that, but it's going to be pretty close. It's going to have the red armor. Black armor. He's got black armor. Just a gun I might not go with pure white like that. Looks too anime. And maybe that's the intention. But my Asterians don't look anime-ish. So I might stick with the bone-colored gun. Keep the metallic colors. And everything else the same. Even his armor where it's white, I might use a bone. And you might think, oh, that's not going to be much difference. It's actually a big difference. It's going to tone him down a little bit. He won't be so bright on the light end. That's how it looks so anime, cartoonish. Let's dull it down a little bit. Not dull it, warm it up, maybe. Maybe that's a better term. Warm it up. Okay, let's shrink him down a little bit. Shrink. Just gotta take care of something now. Well, I guess I'll start into this. Oh. Let's see. Colors. Colors. I did find my Vallejo green somewhere. Where did it go? That would be nice to use right now. Otherwise I'm using craft paint, which is alright. Is that it? It looks like blue. Oh, it is green. This is army painter though. Green skin? If I ever use this, I must have. Maybe I'll use this. I just need a nice green tone, as dark as possible. This will work, I think. Green skin, army painter green skin. Huh. Looks like I had it for a long time. Better use it. So we'll do the acrylic colors first. I'm going to use, well, what else is going to be acrylic? His flesh. I'll save the gun for last, till I know what I'm doing with it. If I use pallid bone, I could use my speed paint for it. Oh, the metallics. Yes, the metallics. A little circle on his gun, and his shoulder pad's going to be kind of a brass or gold. Look gold on him, or brass. Yeah, I'll use that. Nice bright colors for that. We'll tone that down with a wash or something. I don't want them too bright and shiny. I am going to use blood red for the armor, though. Which literally looks like blood. I think that'll look okay for his armor. We'll find out. I'm not going to rush to get him done, but I might end up getting him done anyway. Because it's speed paint. This isn't the green I was looking for. I just found a brand new green Vallejo somewhere. And I'm like, oh wow. We need that. Now I see nothing, so I don't know where it is. Most of the paints I use are right here next to me. But I've got a ton that I don't use very often behind me. 2 different boxes. So, yeah, I'm not seeing any green in here. A lot of Flames of War colors. What's this? Blue or green? Is that a green? What is that? I think that's a green. Gruna. Yep, there it is. Let's keep that up. You never know when I need a craft paint green. It's covered with cat hair. Oh. Grass green. Holiday green. Huh, I got holiday green and grass green. I don't like that. I don't think I want him to look like holiday. Christmas. Christmas green. Grass green. That's more like a goblin flesh, I think. Maybe. I found some of my Reaper paints too, which I never use. They're a little too thin for me. About as thin as Army Painter, really. I prefer Vallejo. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Ay ay ay. This is thick. Needs to be shaken more. I think it needs something in there to break it up. This needs something in it. You can put some water or a little medium or something. I'll put some water in. This is fresh. Yeah, I haven't used this in a long time. But it's a good green. This is a good color. Oh, boy, a lot's been going on. There's also Baron's War 2nd edition releasing. With some substantial changes in it. Besides the fact that it's now a boxed game. That's pretty cool. I was kind of surprised, though, that there was absolutely 0 knights on horseback included in the box. I mean, the only reason I say that is because it's the Baron's War. Come on, there's knights. I know there's foot knights, but man, we want some knights on horseback. How could you not include any at all in the starter box? Of course, it turns out that you can buy the expansion along with the starter, and that's where you get your knights. So there is a business side to it all. It's very obvious that it's a business motivation. That's okay. Not sure I'll get into it or not. I don't know yet. I wasn't too impressed by it initially. 1 second, let me check something. All right. What was I saying? Baron's War. It's coming out good. I like it. But it's a game I want to get into. I want to like the game. I just want to. I mean, it's the Baron's War. I've always had a connection with the Baron's War. I don't know why. My 15mm armies are Baron's War. So yeah. So I'm thinking about it. I love War Games Atlantic. Both their models and their STLs. I love what they do. That's another reason. And the fact that they're essentially providing the miniatures and the platform to sell the edition. It's a big deal. With all their plastic box sets and minis, that's all they do is plastics and resin. STLs, I guess I should say. But yeah, so that's a big motivation to get into it as well. So what do you guys think? Baron's War? Yay or nay? La, da, 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 da. Little scales. my good friend Squirrel Hermit, he's got it. He's got the first edition. He's been painting up to play games with it for a while now. I doubt he'll get the second edition. I wonder if that's his flesh as well. Thinking it is. I should have dusted this. But no matter. He's not really a miniatures wargamer. He uses miniatures with role playing, like a lot of folks do. Got my water. That's good. Of course, the other big release is Port Royal, which is another really good game I might get into. I mean, it's got that Mordheim vibe. I mean, come on, who can say no to that? Need more of that going on. Plus, Firelock Games is a great company. They're worth supporting. About $100 you get the starter. What's interesting about it is the terrain. They went old school with it and made the terrain cardboard. But you know what? It's actually really high quality cardboard. Nice and thick. I mean, it's the kind of cardboard terrain you would want to use in your games. And that's one selling point for me, is terrain. I love starter sets, starter boxes. I'm always buying them. Even with GW games, I love buying starter boxes. And I am a sucker. I think this is his flesh too. I am a sucker for terrain. I'll look at the chat in a second there. Yeah. So that's a thing. La, da, da, da. Percy Block. How you doing, Percy? Hey, hey, hey. Fat Albert in the gang. How you doing, Percy? It's been a long time. Arnmeister. How you doing, Arn Man? What, you guys come in together? What is this? What's going on here? How you guys doing? I haven't talked to you in over a week. Percy, what's going on? Iron Man, I heard you finally broke out the saxophone. Finally broke it out. I got my saxophone out. I haven't broken it. Well, I did check it out, but I haven't played it at all. In preparation for this year, I'm going to start playing again, man. Going to start working the scales. Going to start working on some standards. Going to start doing some stuff, man. I'm excited. I'm excited. Been listening to my jazz a lot lately. Good stuff, man. I can't wait. As Percy sits there lighting up a big old cigar. Let me turn off the autofocus. What's up with the autofocus, man? Come on, I'm showing the figure. You want me to put it right in front of the camera? Is that what it is? Yeah, let's turn off autofocus. I did get a gift from my AD&D guys. They pitched in and got me a nice something pipe. I'll have to go back and see what that says. What is that? Crack pipe? What did you put in there? Smoking pipe. Smoking pipe. Yeah, I think he put smoking pipe. Smoking pipe. Okay. Can't say smoking here. What's the matter with you, Iron Man? Terrible, terrible. That was really nice of him. I gotta get me a nice smoking pipe. One of those long stemmed ones. What is it called? What is it called? Those ones with the long... church warden. The church warden. I think that's the style of pipe. There's so many nice pipes. Because pipe smoking is a thing, okay? It's a thing. The beautiful aroma and taste of pipe tobacco cannot be beat. Cigars come close, but they come close. Come on. But pipe tobacco, beautiful. Beautiful. I'm working in open office. Formula was entered in chat here. Okay. Percy makes a good comeback. In the dungeon, not allowed. What did he say? What did he say? What did Percy say? What does he say? Smoking in the dungeon, not allowed. Of course he did. Of course he did. Ay, 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 ay. Ay, 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 ay. Coffee's good today. How's the weather there for you guys? Oh, Percy, it must be terribly hot. Iron Man, it must be beautiful where you're at. Huh? Beautiful? Beautiful day? Taking advantage of that? Spring. We're actually having a spring. I still can't believe it's still April and we got this kind of weather. Are you kidding me? Oh, yes. Smoking is a taboo word in chat. I'll assume he said smoking. Could be anything, really. I think they do actually put an asterisk or a star for every letter. So if I count the number of little stars there, S-M-O-K-I-N-G. I think that's right? O-K-I-N-G. S-M-O-K-I-N-G. 7, right? Yeah. I think that's right. So smoking, right? My group entered an area of the dungeon where the halls were clean and lit with torches. They are using silence spells to mask battles so as to not attract the attention of the monsters and creatures that lurk in the dark. Smart stuff, I say. Smart indeed. There you go. Iron Man. Good old school dungeon exploring. I haven't done any role playing except on Wednesday with my little Sunday group. We now play on Wednesdays. That's it. I haven't been reading. I haven't been prepping. I haven't been doing anything. Instead, I've been rolling dice and playing with my miniatures. My miniatures. Painting. That's what I've been doing. Managed 5 games of Dead Zone. 2 of which were with little Jake and Jesse. Jake loves it. Oh my gosh, he's all in. If you saw the pictures I posted on Facebook and Discord, that's Jake. He loves it. The next day, he came to visit again, and the first thing he wanted to do was play Dead Zone. That was the first thing he wanted to do. So we did. We played another game of Dead Zone. He's all in. So, good times, my friends. Good times. The seeds are being planted. That's a good feeling. Spring is over here. Snowbirds have pretty much left. Locals and less traffic. All good. Yeah. That's funny. That's funny to me. Whole different way of looking at nature down there. I'm trying to be less clean with painting, so I'm trying to quit smoking. Okay. Good luck, Iron Man. Less clean it is. I started 3D printing. That's another thing that I did this week. I finally broke out my resin printer and started printing. It took me 3 tries before I got my test piece to print. But I got it. Got it figured. And I'm ecstatic right now over it. Because it is a game changer. It is a game changer when you can 3D print stuff. I said that about the FDM printer. But it's so true. So freaking true. Very excited about that. It's essentially going to give me the opportunity to paint a lot of different things and play a lot of different games. Is that? Yeah, that's green too. Hold on. Hold on. He's got green kind of web stuff behind his head. Like one of those lizards that fans their head out. What is this, a big hair? Oh. Perhaps this has got hair on it. Hold on. I gotta tie my hair back. This is getting out of control here. I'm looking at the chat, but I can't read it. Gotta put my glasses on. Everything is a blur. My eyes are shot, man. Shot. First thing to go, right? That's what they say. Okay, let's grab some glasses and read the chat here from Percy. Smoking, as in wearing a smock. Smocking? Smocking, okay. Been pursuing the War Master Revolution rules. Ah. Interesting game and community. Is it really? I always liked that game when it first came out by GW. I was really into it because, finally, big battles. We're focused on units now, you know? It's 10 mil, but it looks great, you know? You can have dragons and multiple chariots, big, huge behemoth monsters and multiples of them. This is great. Let's get into it. So I was all in it. Multiple copies. I painted up the High Elf army. I painted up the Undead army, the desert one. And we were good to go. I think we played a little bit of one game. We might have played one game. And then that was it. Never played it again. I liked the game. The mechanics were certainly different. And I know it's got a resurgence now, of course, and it's part of a lot of games that are out today. Its mechanics, anyway. So, War Master Revolution, what is that? Like one of those legacy, keep alive, fan-based, community-supported games? Is that what that is? Kind of like Warhammer Renaissance? Which is a set of rules. That's pretty cool. God, I miss those days. The glory days back in the 90s. I never got into War Master heavy, though. That's the thing. So I don't think I'll jump back into that. Warhammer 40K, Warhammer, yeah, I could see myself doing that. What's got you thinking about War Master, Percy? Were you a fan back in the day? Community-based and curated. That's cool. I'm glad. That's a good thing. Somebody's snoring. think it's Walter. War Master Revolution. Let's see. He's got a mask on. I gotta sneeze. Hold on. We'll put a green down here, I think. Is that? I don't know. Alright, that's his flesh. That's it. Look at his hands here. Yeah, that's covered in armor. Come on. Did I turn off autofocus? No. I'm not a GW guy, says Percy. I prefer the smaller scales and mass army battles. The fact that its community is keeping it alive, and there are tons of STL files, grassroots, it's interesting. I'm working on automating the Tome of Adventure Design. Big project indeed, Iron Man. That book is mammoth. Keeping you busy, that's for sure. Go for it, man. I felt the same way, Percy, when I first started to realize that older games were a thing. And there's communities based around them. It's kind of odd when you first experience it. Because you come into this, you're in this hobby, and the idea is that when a game gets replaced with a new edition, you move on. You consider the past game pretty much a dead game. Not as good. Probably not as good. Maybe it's broken, you know. At least that's the idea. And the new edition's better. It's got to be better in some way. But the other game, the past, it's a dead game. You know, you move on. You don't keep playing it. I wouldn't want to do that. But now, because we have PDFs and because we have communities from the internet, all this stuff has taken root, and people are playing these old games, and they're forming communities. So there's this community around it, which makes it very attractive, much like a new edition or a brand new living game, you know? Well, that's a thing because of the internet and PDFs. And that's when I started opening it, because to me it was strange too. But the more I looked into it and saw this and thought about it, it's like, wow, this is where I want to be. There's a lot of games I want to go back to playing. And I feel good about doing it. So that's something good that's come out of the internet, I think. And suddenly our hobby isn't so corporate anymore. It isn't so commercial. It's our game now. And there's something very appealing about that. Arn knows what I'm talking about. I think my first real exposure to the existence of old school communities, like Old Hammer, was through the OSR. And I didn't know much about that until less than I don't know, maybe 6 years ago. I never considered playing old games. Never. If I was going to get back into role-playing, say D&D, I'm looking at the newest. What's the newest edition? That's the one I'm going to play. That's the one I'm going to look at. That's the one I'm going to do. I'm not looking at 2nd edition. Why would I go back to playing that? But then you see there's this freaking huge community that exists for various reasons. It's like, wow, okay, let's listen to what these people say and what are they doing with this? And ever since then, it's kind of changed, opened my eyes, we'll say. Not changed me as much as opened my eyes to things. So I don't view them like I used to. I found 2 ticks on me, and now I keep feeling false, creepy crawler feelings. Yeah, me too. Me too. Ticks are nasty bastards is what they are. I hate them. Got to give the dog a good combing every time I bring him in. God, how did we get talking about ticks? I was talking about old school gaming here. What's the matter with you, Arn, man? You and your creepy crawlies. Serves you right for going out there with no clothes on again. Running wild through the oat fields. What do we got? 4 viewers? 4 viewers. 4 viewers. I haven't streamed in about a week and a half. It's been a while. For good reason. I got a lot going on. There's a lot going on in the world. Spring is upon us here. A lot of people are outside. Oh, beautiful. Last couple days. Beautiful. Beautiful weather. Sunshine, warm weather at 69. 69! Right now. Which is very comfortable. And best of all, full sunshine. That means it's like 80 degrees when you're sitting in the sun. A button-down dress, shirt. Ay. Bare-legged. 6'9" is a parka weather in Central Florida. Yeah, I know. What's the temperature down there for you guys right now? 6'9" up here. It's nice, comfortable. And it's even better because the sun is shining bright, so yeah. Feels warmer than it is, maybe. It's beautiful. My favorite time of the year. When it's actually spring. We haven't had an actual spring in so long, it's ridiculous. The 6-9 highs are long gone. Yeah, you're 87, not too bad. 87. Yeah, I figured, boy, that's upper 80s. Wow, yeah. Pressing 90. 78 here in Michigan. Wow! I've got nice cooler weather then at a 6-9. Wow. Let me update this and make sure things are kosher. Of course, it's 4 o'clock. Huh. Trader Joe's is opening 20 more stores soon. CNN anchor keeps reporting as 6.2 magnitude earthquake interrupts live broadcast. Okay, that'll be fun to watch. The weather, what are we doing? Yeah, it's 6-9. Tomorrow high temperature will be near a record. Yeah, let me go check and see what the weather says here. Talking about some records here in northeast Pennsylvania. Alright, it says it's 71 degrees. Feels like 79. Expect sunny skies. Tomorrow, 79 degrees. Alright. All the way from Michigan. Next day, 79 again. Wow. Spring is here. I'm so happy. I love it. I love it. I love it. Jeff, I can't tell you how much I love it. But I love it. We've had a reasonably cool spring in Florida this year. Yeah, you had snow in the winter too. 78, hence the no pants thing. There you go. There you go. What did I say? It was going to be 79 tomorrow and the next day? 79? Is that legit? Did I say 79? I got to go back and look again. Yeah, that's close to 80 degrees. Wow. Okay. Yeah, spring sucks. Quiet you. Sit back down in the corner there. Mini Warmont acting up again. He's always causing a ruckus. He's the loud guy when he makes the entrance. He's the guy that crashes through the door. Hey, everybody, I brought hot dogs and beer. Hey! He's the loud guy. That's the Mini Warmont. There he is. There he is. Fresh off of playing I don't know what. He just posted a video on something. A bat rep of some sorts. I didn't look at it yet. I'm still waiting for Rumble Slam. Which is going to be so awesome. Let's get ready, folks, for Rumble Slam. Right, Winnie Warmont? Warmont, I can't talk today. Spring means we are heading back to the 110s very soon here. Hi, you guys. You guys are in Arizona and Florida. Hottest places around. 88 for right now. Humidity is coming, says Percy. Prepare to be drenched. Fishbowl life. Fishbowl. I don't know why I took a drink of water. I got coffee. How you doing, Mini Warmont? How is everything? I know it's warm. You got the nice dry heat. I got a couple Floridians here talking about, oh my gosh, it's 88 degrees and humid. Oh, it's terrible. I can't take it. Mini Warmont, he's on the opposite spectrum. He's like in a frying pan with no grease. He's like one of those. You guys get all the grease. You get all the saturated fats. You're just floating around in it is what you are. Sizzling away. I don't know what's worse. I think Mini Warmut's burning up. But you guys, you're floating in hot grease. That's not very good either. Ouch. I don't know. I'll stay on the sidelines, I think. I absolutely adore Dead Zone. What a great game. Having a blast. It's so dastardly elegant. Yet so much depth to it. And my 9-year-old nephew picked up on it like nothing. And he's never played games before, but man, he knows how to navigate through rule books and everything like he was a veteran gamer. And he really freaking enjoyed it. They both did. I think it's great, man. Good fun. I'm going to pick up another faction, I think, this week. I'm going to get the Forge Fathers. Then the wind picks up, and it's 113. Your freaking eyeballs are boiling. 87 isn't bad at all. The mornings are in the 60s. Yeah, I bet it's rough sleeping. You got central air, right? Get air conditioning going on. You don't have to deal with that at night. I put a fan in the window if I need it. I don't like to use fans. It's been a while since we've broken 100 degrees here in Pennsylvania. Where I'm at. Hasn't done that in a while. Gotten pretty close. Might have in certain parts, but not where I'm at. That's unusual for here. But it does get terribly humid. Get a lot of cool terrain at starter set too. Yeah, that's one of the reasons. That was a big selling point for me. I love starter sets with nice quality terrain and lots of it. That's a huge selling point for me. And yeah, because all that terrain you could use with so many other games, sci-fi games, and that's what I plan on doing. I'll get some Dead Zone bat ruts up, but I need to rumble. Yeah, you like Dead Zone. Dead Zone's good fun. Rumble Slam. There's a lot of starters coming out lately that I've been looking at. One is Port Royal by Firelock Games. Their pirate game. Very much like a Necromunda or Mordheim style game. That's only $100. And all the terrain is this really thick terrain. Really thick cardboard. Which, like I said before, is very old school. But it's really high quality. I mean, you would use this alongside your 3D printed stuff because it's so nice. I would. And the other starter set that's just came out was Baron's War 2nd Edition, which I think is $120 or something. Chock full of Wargames Atlantic Knights. That's another big deal that's come out. So, have the tariffs affected miniatures gaming yet? Buy American. I wouldn't think so. Board games are in rough shape. Board games with their cardboard. Yeah, cardboard's expensive. It's been expensive for a long time now. So why would you include cardboard terrain in your starter set? And I think plastic is cheaper. I don't know, but they went with some really high quality cardboard in there. But anyway, I'm having a good time playing Dead Zone. I feel like I'm back in this hobby of ours again. Feels good. I can hold out when the craziness settles. GMT gonna get big hurt. I got an email from GMT. They're charging people for, what is it called? Jeff might remember. It's the American Civil War Great Battles. Newest volume. By Swords and Bayonets? Is that what it's called? I evidently am on the P500 for that, and my card was charged. I thought I changed my card, so I'm still wondering, did they actually charge my card? Yeah, I don't know about that, but that's pretty exciting news. They got a lot of stuff coming up. Yeah, I agree, Mini Warmont. There's so much out there, so much more out there. Oh, and I'm finding a lot recently. The past week, I've been looking a lot at indie games and a lot of smaller games, game companies. There's a lot out there. Too much. Try Pack 2 Great Battles Mixes starter project. I mean, Great Battles of the American Civil War is notorious for being this game system where the battles are just so huge. All of them, for the most part. It's quite daunting for somebody new to the series to get into because of that. And that's the whole spiel of this newest volume in the series, Swords and Bayonets, or whatever it's called. Smaller battles, easier to get into, more manageable, more accessible. Alright, Mini Warmont. Brian. I'll be here. Which I think is a great thing. Because it's a great series. Yeah, it would. I love board gaming. I don't spend enough time in it, though. I guess clip encounters isn't as fun as painting a miniature. But it's such good fun. Gotta clean my mug. Alrighty, let's set this aside and see what's next. I did the flesh. Good enough. Now, we're going to paint the metallic. I think that's the only acrylics I gotta put on this guy. Absolutely ecstatic. Do you hear me? I'm so happy right now. Whoops. Spoke too soon. Let's see, I've got this. Let's see what else have we got. Ooh, here's a gold. Maybe I'll use gold. see, I want brass, man. I want some metallics. I want some metallics, dude. I ain't seeing any. Want some metallics, dude. What is this? Well, I can't wait to clean off this space, man. This is getting out of control. I got some of this. I put some medium in there to break it up because it was drying up on me. It looks like it's all dried up anyway. Let's see. No, it's floating around. It's like it was a week ago. I think so too, Percy. Another reason to buy starter sets is so you can use the minis for other agnostic games. Make that dollar go further. Mini agnostic games, which is about 99% of historical games. So it's nothing new if you're a historical gamer. But if you're a fantasy gamer, if you're a sci-fi gamer, that's not always the case. Companies like to create their own settings and lines of miniatures to go with their games. And you can't dare use something else, at least according to GW. I am a huge fan of miniatures agnostic games. Like, for instance, I just bought, what is it called? Void Admiral. What a great game. And that's miniatures agnostic. You could use any spaceships you want. And you know what? This is becoming a thing these days. You know why? People want more rules, or they want rules that are more miniatures agnostic in the fantasy and sci-fi realm. Why? Why is that? Why is that a big thing? Y'all know why. 3D printing. Right? Hey, Mini Warmut, you know what else I'm going to get into? I don't know if you're a fan of this. Rumor has it you're a big fan of zombies. I mean, the people talk. Come on. People talk. Rumors say that you got this thing for zombie action-adventure type games. You know, like Zombicide or something, I guess, you know? I'm sure you've heard of that game. There's some other games. Oh, somebody's calling me. County Road Z. And Last Days by Old Ash there. Let me see who's calling me. Hold on, I'm going to take this. Yeah, Ash, you know what I'm talking about. Well, I guess I won't take it. Oh, here it is again. I gotta take this. Okay, okay. Black Site Studio. Miniature agnostic means less painting. Armies get used more across more games. Tons of Z games out there. Yeah. Ash, Guerrilla Wargaming, just released a video a couple of days ago. Yeah, I'm really turning on to the miniatures agnostic stuff. He does the, I think it's called Last Days. He wrote that for Osprey. And that's pretty good. I hear that's like it's like a Necromunda style game where everybody has their own little faction, and they're playing during the apocalypse. So I guess you can play co-op and solo, and I guess you play competitively as well. That's cool. The other game I know of by Modifius, although it existed before Modifius, is County Road Z, which is an actually really good solo or co-op game. Both really good games. Get them on Amazon. You should check them out. I'm going to be picking them up. I'm going to do a lot of zombie apocalypse stuff. I think it's great. I love it. That's so my thing. I don't. My base gets used. Use the imagination. So I've been looking around for zombies. War Games Atlantic has a nice box set of like 40 or 30 models. All kinds of zombie heads in that. And there's lots of STLs you can use for that sort of thing. And cars and all kinds of modern terrainish stuff. It's good. I'm going to check out both of those games. County Road Z. Black Scorpion. I think when he originally wrote it, he self-published it. So that's probably who you're talking about. Modifius picked it up, though. And thus it became kind of like a second edition of the game, so. So yeah, Modifius has it, so it's massively upgraded in production value. I hear something buzzing around in here. Hold on. Sounds like a bumblebee. Let me check this out. Yeah, Zombicide's got a lot of miniatures. They're bigger than 28s, though, aren't they? Aren't they like 30s or something? Or am I wrong? Because I don't know. I don't know these things. Refund, refund. Let's see. $32 mil. Yeah, they're the big ones. Do you 3D print Mini Warmont? I can't keep track of who actually 3D prints. Who does and who doesn't. Are you a 3D printer? I don't think any of you guys in the chat are. I have an Elegoo Ultra 4 Pro collecting dust. So you got one, but you don't use it. Is that a resin printer or a filament? Sounds like a Ultra 4 Pro. Is that a filament? I don't know what that is. I've got two Elegoos. I've got an Elegoo Saturn 8K and I've got an Elegoo FDM print. What's it called? Oh, a Neptune. One of the Neptunes. I don't know which one. It's either the Neptune 2 or the Neptune 2S. I think it's the Neptune 2. I printed a ton more of terrain, says Mini Warmont. Lousy print doesn't stick to the plate anymore. Filament. Filament. Oh, I had that trouble. You know what fixed it for me? You probably know this. What fixed it for me was I went into the slicer settings thing and I turned up the heat of the plate, which you can do. You can control the temperature of it. And that worked for me. Changed everything. You just got to make it a little warmer so it melts better. Plastic string. It's like weed whacker string is what it's like. How you doing, Paul? There's Paul. How you doing, my friend? My friend. How was everything? Now, Paul's someone who should be 3D printing. I think everybody should be. Paul, you'd benefit so much from a printer, especially you for what you do. Filament. Maybe I'll use this instead. I think I'm going to use this gold because it's Vallejo Air. I'm going to use this bright gold. I'll tone it down with a wash or something. Did something go wrong with your chat, Fritz? Because 7 messages in 2 hours seems odd. Yeah, it does. There's more than that. Maybe you need to refresh your browser or lagging behind a little bit. No, you heard me. Set my ways. Loves me some kit bashing and conversions. Yes, 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 I know. I know. Yeah, I don't know if it's a YouTube thing. I'll show you what it looks like on my end. Just because I can. Let me see. Where is display? There it is, display capture. So, let me get this guy out of the way because he's blocking what I want to show you. Let's make him tiny. See this on the right over here? The right side of the screen? That is the chat. Let's no, I can't do that. Let me make this a little bigger. That's what it looks like. So there's a lot of messages, more than 7 going on here. That's not even all of them. So yeah, I don't know why it's doing that. I actually didn't have to do that. I have another way of doing that. Go, Chat Ninja. Chat Ninja. Yeah, I could have done just this. Yeah, and that's the chat right there. I don't need to show that. It's a cool little option. Schlink. Must be a dupe thing. Okay. I'm off to break down the wife's desk in a man cave. Woman, this is a man cave. You are not welcome. You must ask for permission to enter. Yeah, right. Talk to you soon, Mini Warmat. Take care, my friend. There he goes. We'll probably never hear from him again. Talk that way to the wife, will you? Oh boy, look out. We won't be seeing him again for a while. He's got a surprise coming, that's what that is. Yikes. Yike-a-roonies. Weird, I can't see any of that at this end. Still, it's just to be the same blah blah. It'll just be the same blah blah that I am indulging in now. Of no consequence. What a terrible thing to say, Paul. Terrible. I think we have a nice, interesting chat here. My God. Terrible. Let's paint some gold. I'm going to make these gold. They're going to be gold, Paul. So calm down. Let's make this little picture big again. Yep. Do 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 do. Come on, focus, man. Get some focus. Why won't it focus? You're like right there. There he is. Pretty cool. Yeah. Yeah. Do a little beatboxing. That's what I should do. Percy's up on these things. He pays attention. He sees what's going on. We're going to do some gold here. Jeremy Paul, gold. Gold. I'm cheating right now and editing eyes on figure pictures as well as editing out stray hairs, paint chips, and the like. Oh, you sneaky dog, you. Here I was thinking you were so perfect. Ah, the truth comes out in the end. So much for that little dream was not to be. It was all just fakery. Grim fakery. Paul and his shenanigans. He duped us. He tricked us. Ay, 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 ay. Shenanigans. Shenanigans. Da 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 da. La da 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 da. I like to paint metallics over black, which I highly recommend. Don't believe anything you see on the screen, big or small. Or big small. Oh, I saw you posted some pictures of your game. That was new for you. I don't remember you posting pictures of your games. You had a table laid out there and troops running across a river or something. I think it was a river crossing going on. That was you, right? I think it was on Discord. Yeah, that was you. Doing a little warhammering. That was good to see. Jake had such a good time playing Dead Zone. He came to visit me the next day, and as soon as he got here, he was running towards the house. I want to play, I want to play. He's all excited to play. This is his first exposure to miniatures games, so I'm ecstatic right now. And he took to it so well. It was literally remarkable. Like he picked up on how to navigate through the game, as in looking it up in the rules and all this stuff. He knows exactly how it all works, you know? So he was quick to learn the game, which amazed me. He's going to get a faction and he's going to paint it up. I told him I'd get it for him. He actually wants a rule book. He's only 9. So, yeah. My life is complete. The seed has been planted. My work is done here. I'll be honest with you. The main reason I'm doing any of this is because of him. I mean, yeah, I enjoy painting figures and playing the games, but I'm at a stage in my life where none of this stuff really is that important anymore. And I'm hoping that all this stuff will be his. And he'll have all those memories. And he'll be able to take this hobby with him into the future and always have it. Because I know it's done wonders for me. And I'm sure you'd all agree. It's a gift. So that's really what I'm trying to do here. It's given me a motivation, I guess. Pretty cool. So it's pretty cool to see it all come out like that. You guys know what I mean. Especially you, Paul. You got your son playing. And his friends. It's a similar kind of thing. It's just great. Because I often think, you know, I'm not a materialistic person, for one thing. I'm not at all. I could care less about all these little things. I don't like saving and collecting things at all. But I always wonder, like, when I pass away and move on, what's going to happen to all this stuff? Because nobody really cares. I mean, if you're married and got a wife, they might to some extent, but what does it mean, you know? This is a lot of stuff, a lot of passion and a lot of resources go into this hobby, right? We know that. But a lot of people don't know that. So what becomes of all this stuff? All these games, these board games, these miniatures, these paints, these brushes, these rule books, these history books that we put our so much into. They're just going to go in the waste bin, sell for pennies on the dollar, right? Or get given away as toys. You know, I hope that my stuff goes to him. Kinda, right? I worry about where my stuff's going to go, to be honest with you. Otherwise, why am I putting so much effort into this stuff? Let me fix this freaking auto focus that doesn't like to work. Autofocus. Right. Turn it off and then get it in focus. There we go. Does that look good? Much better. Let me read. Don't believe anything you see. The bat rep pictures in the vid stories are from real games. Just with the dice and papers edited out. Everything beyond the table. Yeah, but didn't you just post some pictures of your raw pictures of a game? That's what I like to see. Cut the grass, then we'll play. But with that practice game, I just took some snaps and posted them willy-nilly. And that's what I want to see. I want to see more of that. I mean, the story stuff is great. It has its place. But so does the other stuff. The real stuff. The behind-the-scenes look, right? Reminds us that this is all the same hobby we're doing here, right? When I typed that rep, I meant bat rep, but I assume you know that. Yeah, I got it. You're a groomer, Mr. Groom, says Iron Man. I was playing D&D at 9. Yeah, so was Jesse. I introduced him D&D at 9 years old. Jake. I beat you on Jake. He played Pathfinder, and he did. He legitimately played Pathfinder 2nd Edition when he was 7 years old. He might have been 6. I think it's 7. He did, and he... A little bit challenging, but he did. I was telling stories with him, and he got into it. Redbox D&D was totally aimed at the 10-ish age bracket. I think I was 13 or something. Your stuff ends up in a garage sale. Yeah. What a shame. And I only say that because it does have meaning, this stuff, right? We put so much into it. This guy's done. It's time for speed paint. He's ready for the speed paints. Do 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 do. Oh no! Wait a minute. Let me look at this guy. What am I missing here? There's some good shading going on with this brass. Well, I might as well paint that too. Let me look at my paints. Let me see. Looks like bronze. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Bright bronze. Huh? Maybe we'll try this. Do 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 do. I'll let that dry then. I've just been given another player's army to look after, says Paul. I now have 4 players' armies here, on top of 15 or so of my own. That's a lot. That's good to have, though. How did you come by that? I'm using the player's army right now to make pictures for an introductory story. What do you like more? You obviously enjoy what you're doing. What do you think you like more? Do you like sitting down and playing the game and running the campaign more than you like the actual putting together this narrative and writing a story based on your games and doing it as a video presentation? Vlog style. Not even vlog style. That's not a vlog. This is a legit production here from Paul. Because you put a lot of effort into this. And I gotta think he must really like what he's doing. I wonder if he likes it more than actually playing the damn thing. Maybe he does. What do you think, Paul? I hope someone gets my figures. We'll keep them around as a physical record of the video pictures. There's a museum. I like the variety of tasks. Keeps everything varied. I like making videos. I used to. I don't make videos much anymore. I will, but videos became part of my hobby. And it was a motivation to actually play a lot of games and try a lot of different things. Oh, I could make a video on it. Show everybody this great game. Or play a game. Or if I really like it, show people a few turns and how to play this game. So it was kind of part of my hobby, making videos. So I didn't see it as like a separate task that I needed to do. I rarely play, but I referee or GM a lot. Yeah, I know what that's like too. I think it's all part of your... I think you would agree. It probably all meshes together into this one thing, and it's this one thing that you really consider your hobby. Alright, let's go over this again with this color instead. Bright bronze. I like this. And we'll see if we can, if anything, this will be a nice shade. Yet you complain. I don't think you're complaining, though. It's the kind of complaining you like. Oh, I have too many figures. Oh, I have too many painted armies at my disposal. Oh, what am I going to do? Oh, too much good things in my life. Oh, woe is me. Oh, I can't take it no more. That's what it sounds like to me. Will it never end? Deep down, you're immensely grateful, right? More, please. I need more. I can't stand it. I need more. Bring me more armies. I must have them. Woe is me. Okay, I'll stop. You want to have a really good experience? I'm serious. Sell off everything you have right now. Just sell it. Get rid of it. Everything. This would be tough for Paul to do because he's a collector of sorts with this old school stuff. Get rid of all of it and then start over. That's basically what I'm doing. But you know what? I love it. I love this experience. It's like being a little kid again. Being a newbie all over again. You get to do all this stuff with new perspectives. How would I do it different this time? You get to entertain questions like that. Would I do it the exact same way? Intriguing. It truly is. Yeah, this is the paint we want. This is the color we want. I think you learn to love this hobby more every time. Whatever that means, I don't know. Let's move on with this. Yes. It's still wet. I don't have patience. Let's try and put this on like as it was shading or something. Yeah, kind of like that. Do 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 do. I'm singing a lot. that's too wet there. I like this color a lot better. Other parts of his weapon here, they're also this color, so let's paint that. And you can see where I put the green stuff. I can see so this is the last guy from the starter set. I haven't done him yet. And when he's done, that's it. Took about 2 weeks. And got all the terrain done. Got all the figures painted. I love starters. Really good fun. This is a good starter set too. I got a deal on it as well, so no complaints. Let's see, where's the... Hold on, Percy. Let me make this a little bigger. Watering my jalapeno. Your jalapenos? You're watering my jalapeno peppers, herb starts, and sweet potatoes. Time to start planting now. That's good. How big is the garden down there? You got a big spread or a nice little backyard spot there? Nice little convenient setup. I think I'll use speed paint, pallid bone on his weapon. I don't want it to be all white. It'll actually match the rest of the Asterians. But I might highlight it with some pure white. Give it a little bit more brightness to it. I think that's what I'm going to do. Oh, this is so awesome. I gotta get myself some more speed paints. Get some more colors. love these things. I'm not actually using them at the moment, but what else? Anything? Is that it? Right behind this central... Actually, this whole thing is this color. Okay, we'll paint the whole thing. Let me look at the chat. Mulberries are fruiting like crazy right now, too. Quarter-acre plot. Ooh, quarter-acre. That's nice. That's nice. Wow. Florida. One of these days I'm going to come down to Florida. As you guys know, I've mentioned it many, many times. Do do do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. 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 Do do. This little guy down here. This little guy down here. Boy, I'm always singing. Did you notice that? I gotta watch. I get demonetized. YouTube don't like when I sing. True. They don't like it. Do do do. Because who doesn't want to live in a yellow submarine? Come on. All right. There he is. All right. That's it. We're going to go to the speed paints now. What are we at? 2 hours and 28 minutes? I think we could start the speed painting. Once I start speed painting, I don't stop. This guy will be done. For all you know, Fritz, we're all singing as you type. Yes, you are, Paul. Yes, you are. Percy as well. I need a new hardened leather speed paint, says Percy. I can't take it anymore. It exploded on me in the last session. Went full explosive. I can't see that picture. I think it's nuclear. You dumped it? Oh. How did you dump it? They come in the dropper bottle. What, did you have it in something, or were you using a different... How did that happen? Oh, you were squeezing it and it exploded. Maybe that's what you mean, because that happens to me all the time. time, and it's the reason why I detest dropper bottles. I hate these things with a passion. Oh, but they're so modern. Oh, they're so good. You can control them, a little bit at a time. No. Stop it. Just stop it. They get plugged. They get clogged every freaking time. Oh, no, they don't. It's only if you don't take care of them. No. Just stop. They're horrible. Explosion. There's half the bottle out in your tub. That is frustrating. It drives me crazy. I hate them. I am all for returning to these little twisty tops. Please, let's return to the twisty tops. I don't care if it's a little hard to open sometimes. Got to be a man and do a little twisting and turning. I have no problem with that. I'd rather deal with this than take the risk of squeezing half of the bottle out in one of these clogged nasal tubs. These, what do they call them? Dropper bottles? Drop them in the waste bin. Get rid of them. They're horrible. I think Vallejo come up with these. Now everybody does them. No. Right here. These were by far the best paint pots I've ever used in my life. This is specifically Reaper from back in the 90s. Yeah, they don't do this anymore. And it's a shame. Okay? Let's leave it at that. The excessive squeeze. See? I was right. See? It's terrible. I have paints older than any of my oldest Vallejos that are still around. I have Vallejo paints that don't last as long as those other bottles. I don't. This paint here I've had forever, and as you can see, it's almost gone. It's right at the bottom. I've had bottles of Vallejo that were like barely used go bad in a number of years. So it's not about that. It's not about that. I think these preserve it better. I don't get it. Marketing gimmick. Oh, but it's modern and it's a dropper bottle. You just poke a little hole in it. I had to scrape splatter off the window. I do it all the time. I hate it. And with speed paint, it's even worse because that's like freaking. Yeah, this is so much more liquidified. Whatever, it's liquidy. Yeah, I could see a whole bottle going all over the place. Like a hose, like somebody turned the hose on. That's a whole different ball game. All right, so there's Patricia Benjamin. Everybody stand back. Hold on, let me catch up on Big Small. I love me droppers. I have only one white and one black. Of course you do, Paul. Of course you do. Just so I can drop a tiny bit into already mixed paint to lighten it up a jiffy and add a highlight. Yes, yes, we all know. I just Walmart's apple barrel paints. Cheap as heckage. And then I buy a bunch of smaller pots to mix and hydrate the paints. Sound like you're gardening. I've had a couple bottles for 5+ years now. Hey. The oldest bottle of paint I have that I still have to this day is from the 1970s. And it's a Tester's enamel. And I still have it. Don't make me dig it out and prove how old those twisty tops can get and preserve. Of course, I can't open the damn thing. But anyway, it's beside the point. I love the ease of getting one tiny drop and not having to clean a brush to dip in and get bit out. Yes, of course, Paul. Yes, we know about your love affair with these freaking dropper things. You can have them all. I'll take my twisty tops any day. So there. Looks like I could use a little more on the top parts. It still looks gold. I don't want it to look gold. I don't know. Yeah, it could use a little bit, actually. I think it was a little bit wet here with the gold and didn't take it the way I thought it would. I can't stand it. I need my dropper bottles. All right. Looks good to me. I like it a lot. Oh, maybe I should highlight that green a little bit. It's not speed paint. I guess I could do that last. It's not going to interfere with anything. It's looking good. It's looking good. So what faction is this guy? This guy is the Asterians. I don't know what they are. These guys right here. I have to read up on them. Hold on, let me try and select them. These guys right here are they're not space elves. This is not a space elf inside this suit of armor. It's some kind of lizard like being. Like a troglodyte or some lizard man. Something like that. And they have this green scaly skin. You can kind of make it out here between the X in his belly area here. This is green. This is scales. But I don't know what their affiliation is with these Asterians. Yeah, they're quite interesting. And they all have like Asian influenced names. Like this is Ota Sora. And he's got one of those Oriental style Asian masks that they wear. But they don't always wear them, you know, and you can see it's this big lizard dude. So yeah, they work with the Asterians. And this particular model is a named character model. Ota Sora. He's got this huge ion cannon. So I have to read up and see what they really are and how they're affiliated with these guys. These elves, space elves. My elderly mother-in-law does paint by numbers. I've been gathering her leftover paints. Some very nice colors. I've been gathering her leftover paints. Some very nice colors. Paints aren't the best and need some thinning. But for highlighting, they work well. Huh. You mean like water paints? It's paint by numbers. She had gray-green skin, a doll with a pin, says Iron Man. Quoting the lyric there, I think. Big Small Paul says, I found some lizardmen types in the bottom of the box that the player left with me. I guess I should tell him before he ends up in a tricky situation. Is lizards. Sans is lizards. He didn't mean to give them to you? Got a few extras. What are they called in Warhammer? The Lizard Men? I guess they're called the Lizard Men. Yeah, they're called the Lizard Men. I thought they had a different name. Check out the Enforcers. I've seen the Enforcers. They're pretty cool. I bought the Mega Army a few years back and painted them up to be like the old 90s tabletop RPG Rifts. The Coalition War Marines live on. That's good thinking. That's good thinking. That's good. Pretty good idea. The paint by numbers use acrylic paints. Okay. So you're using acrylics. That's good. I'm thinking water paints. Watercolors. Jake painted, I think the first miniature he ever painted, he used water paints. Big Smell says, these aren't Warhammer type lizard men. They're some other species. Gotcha. Let me see if I get... No, I don't have one. I'll put another dab of green on here, highlight, bring up some of the scales before I use any speed paint. Everything else is speed paint. I'm going to use pallid bone and all the white parts, so it's not going to be as white. But I will highlight with some pure white over the pallid bone. I want it to match the other Asterians I've done. And to be honest, I don't like the bright white. It looks too anime to me. Too much contrast going on. So I'm going to give it the old pallid bone color speed paint for the gun. Everyone's painting though. Huzzah! I started today talking to some Australians as they painted, and here I am ending in talking to Americans. Mm-hmm. My condolences, Big Smile. What's the condolences about? Okay, I get it. So you've been working at this all day. Man, I just started. I haven't painted at all the past week. I've actually been playing games for the first time. Again, I really enjoyed Dead Zone. What a fantastic game. If you haven't had a chance to play it, it's brilliantly elegant and dastardly full of depth. Dastardly depth, we'll say it that way. Really enjoyable. And I don't think, Patricia, you've seen my pictures that I posted. I don't think you're in my Discord server, which is sad. I am sad. All right, I'm sad. So I will go out of my way here to actually share some pictures. I think I have to do a display thing. OBS doesn't like Microsoft Photos. It doesn't like to open that. It doesn't recognize it. It's just a blank black screen. So we'll do a display capture. Mantic doesn't seem to support Dead Zone anymore. Alas, that's not true. What are you talking about? They just released the 3rd edition. And that's not true. What was I going to grab here? Let's see. Heavy Destroyer. Actually, what am I doing here? I don't have to do this. Yeah, I've gone silly here. Let me close this and just go over to Discord, because that's where the pictures are. So, in case folks have missed it, let me make this a little tiny up in the corner there. And there we go. Beautiful Frazetta artwork on the screen. Let's go here. Kinds of stuff going on here. Folks in the community. Cal and his snake folk. Look at that. Look at that. I don't know the manufacturer. These are genuine snake folk, though. They're lanky. Lanky, spindly little snake folk, aren't they? That's all speed paint going on. Cal's a big fan of the speed paints. Very old school. We got Spartan, John. He's been working on a lot of historicals. Just got into the mood to work on these Celtic and Roman troops. I think they're 15. I could be wrong. Those Romans are nice. I like them. I think they're 15 mil. I could be wrong, though. There's Paul's video there. Here's some of the pictures of my terrain that I worked on. Terrain came out really good. This is all the terrain from the starter set. What a fantastic bunch of terrain pieces. One of the Asterians. Yeah. I think I did all that terrain in I want to say a day. No, it took 2 days. I did 1 day of priming and putting together, and the last day I just painted. None of this is speed paint, by the way. That's actual painting. And here's my game with my 9-year-old Jake and his father. Oh man, he loved it. So this is his first miniatures gaming experience in his life. So he's 9 years old. He came to visit me the next day, and he just wanted to play this again, so we did. And there he is. In my game room. All kinds of terrain from 40K there. Highly recommend it. And no, they do support the game. I don't know what you're expecting, Patricia. I think they're just releasing a brand new faction for it. Kind of brand new. Ah. Da-da-da-da-da-da. So there you go, in case you missed it. That's how I spent my weekend. Playing the starter box. One of the starter boxes for Dead Zone. Here's another game that's coming out very soon from Modiphius. It's called Forgotten Ruin, the adventure war game. This goes right alongside their other games like 5 Parsecs from Home, 5 Leagues from the Borderlands, even County Road Z and Cthulhu Tactics. This is a new game that's coming out at the end of this month, I believe, and it's called Forgotten Ruin. And you know what it does? You know what this game is? It's actually pretty interesting, and I'm very interested in it. It's essentially where you play the role of elite rangers and stuff like that, special ops guys, and you're on missions in this fantasy world. You know, where there's dragons and there's orcs and there's goblins and there's kobolds and there's evil wizards and good wizards. There's knights. There's all that kind of stuff. And that's the world you're living in and competing with. I don't know how it makes sense, but that's what it's based around. So if you're into that sort of thing, there you go. I think it's pretty intriguing. Anyway, that's coming out later. Okay. So there you go. Schlink. Ogre guards. I have to post some ogre guards. Town gate now. Wargames Atlantic, and now they are getting into a story for the first time. Grisgurk's Brutes. There you go. That'll be fun, Paul. It was Warpath I was thinking of, and they changed it to epic scale. Is that what you mean there? Eric scale? You changed it to Eric scale. Warpath, from what I understand, Warpath that was the original title of the game, and what that is nowadays, Warpath is the term used for the setting of Firefight and Dead Zone. So it's used as like the setting name. The world of Warpath. Alright? So Dead Zone and Firefight are set in the Warpath universe. You can see the little icon on the box set, for instance. It says Warpath setting. So that's where that's coming from. And yeah, originally it was called Warpath. Back in the day. Epic, yes. Stupid autocorrect. Oh, autocorrect is terrible. How you doing, Eddie King? Eddie King. Something like that. I don't know what you're saying. But yo, on par with you, my friend. Sorry, I got lost for words. You threw me off. The king has arrived. Welcome aboard to our nonsense here. At least my nonsense. I don't have a co-host today. I was going to bring one in. Changed my mind. Today I'm going solo again. Because I like it. I like it a lot. Let's make him a little bigger. Schlink. There he is. So you're in luck. You're in luck, Patricia. The game's still there. Get into it. Dead Zone. Great way to get into Firefight, too. The question is, where are you from? Warpath, I was thinking of and changed it to epic scale. Epic. I'm from the East Coast, where it is 69 degrees, according to my computer here. Here on the East Coast of the United States of America. Otherwise known as Pennsylvania. Yeah. That's where I'm from. It's also where I currently am. I think this guy is dry. Oh yeah, that's right. I was going to do a skin. Get a little highlight going on there. Just a little bit before I go crazy with the speed paints. Not sure I'll do that today. I'm in no rush. It's the last model of this project. Let's get green flesh. You can see it there in the back. And he's the last model. I would get into it because I love Mantic Minis. but I can't find anyone who wants to play. They don't even sell Mantic in the big local shops. Play solo. I don't know why that's such a big deal with folks. I know with some people, they just don't get solo gaming at all. But I think most people, they just don't know how to do it. And it's not like it takes any special rules to do. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. Just play solo. I think the game works solo very well, too. That way you get a chance to paint up 2 factions or more and play and enjoy it. No pressure. No rush. You know, you can have a little table set up. Play a turn here and a turn there at your leisure. I'm a big proponent of solo gaming. It's my favorite style of gaming. It's a different beast, to be sure. But it has its own appeal. Got all that armor on the back. This will be fun to paint. I think I'll start with the black first. I'm from India. It is 3 a.m. here. And I'm just chilling. Ah, all the way India. Beautiful India. Wow. Okay. That's cool. Coolness. Yeah, you're on the other side of the world. What is it like? What's the difference? Would it be like... Let's see. It's a 6-hour difference to Germany. And Poland. You're a little bit south, but I don't know how far to the east you are, from my perspective to the east. So I'm thinking it's probably, what is it, 6, maybe 7 hours difference? Could be more. Right now, it's 17:33 hours. So what is it for you? 3 a.m. Oh, he just said 3 a.m. Boy, I'm a numbhead. So let's see. That would be 10 hours difference? Yeah, about 10 hours difference. Wow, that's more than I thought. 10 hours difference, folks. It's 5:30 in the evening. Afternoon, actually. It's 5:33 p.m. Boy, I can't talk today. I gotta do my breathing exercises or something. I'm losing it, man. Let me mute for a second. I've tried. Solo play brings no joy. Okay? I need the knowledge that someone else is enjoying themselves so I can feed off them empathically. That sounds very spiderish to me for some reason. Feeding off the opponent. I need to absorb their joy. It is mine. It's mine, I tell you. Yes. Gotta watch out for the Patricia monster. Oh my God. Point is, what's the day and date there? It is the 23rd of April, 5:34 p.m. where I am. So it's a 10-hour difference. I don't know if I think you're ahead of me. 3 a.m. the next day, so you're like in the 24th. James would know. He's in the audience today. He would know. He's all the way in Australia. He's a day ahead. My solo opponent is so witty and handsome. I keep coming back for more. 24th of April. Yeah, you're ahead. You're 10 hours ahead of where I am. Wow. 3 a.m. You're up late. What are you doing, man? You hanging out late at 3 a.m.? Just chilling? 7:35 a.m. here in Sydney. So 4, 5, 6, 7. You're 4 hours ahead of King. We'll say King. Prepping for a job interview at 10 a.m. Good luck on that, James. King is all the way from India. I'm not sure we had anyone from India. I don't get a lot of folks from Asia, South America, or India. And I've been doing this for over 12 years. I've never had anyone from India pop into the chat. I don't think. I could be wrong. There might have been one and might have popped in once and then disappeared, but not regular. I pay attention to these things because I like seeing where people are coming from around the world. It's the coolest thing ever to me. Eddie? Edie? How do I pronounce it? Edie or Eddie? See, how do you do that through chat? I don't know. Edie or Eddie? Remember, it's not a job, it's an opportunity, says Percy. There you go. That's a good way to look at it. But yeah, Asia's not a place either where I get people joining my chats. And I've done these things around the clock. I've done them at 3 a.m. I've done them at 6 a.m. I've done every time slot imaginable in these chats. And this is my favorite time right now. Edie or Eddie? It is. I love talking to people. I love talking to people from around the world. It's cool. It's cool. Gotta watch out for those Australians, though, I'm telling you. Down at the bottom of the planet. Population of India is greater than the entire Western Hemisphere. So there you go. There you go. All right, so Eddie it is. Eddie King. Eddie King. Write that down, folks, because we're going to see Eddie again. We're going to see Eddie again. He's going to be around. He's going to make it a thing. He's going to be the first ever regular all the way from India. All right, that's what we got going here. Pressure's on now, Eddie. Pressure's on. We'll see you tomorrow at 3 a.m. You got to do it again. Because that's where I'll be. That's the way we do it here. Grass green. You know what? I won't put any highlight on that. The heck with it. It'll get a nice wash. That'll give it depth. And then when I give the final dry brush, which I do on everything, that'll give it a little highlight. Maybe I won't use the white or the gray. I'll use a little bit of a yellow on the green. Indonesia, yeah, it's so fun. I just been from a streamer of Indonesia, and yeah, it's so fun. The interview is online, so yes, I will wear a business shirt and shorts. Oh, yes you will. Yes you will. Well, good luck with that, man. Ay, ay, ay. We'll do the gun last. I'm going to put a little speed paint on this, I think. I think so. We're going to use the blood red. No, I'm going to use the other one. Ghostly gray. Do that first. If I can find it. I can't find it. Silver tops. I got it. There it is. Graveyard. No, Gravelord Gray. With an E. There it is. It's pretty good. It's a very, 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 very dark gray. A couple coats will make it a black. I don't know about anybody else. My day was fantastic. It was beautiful here. The weather, for the first time, Eddie, the first time in a long time, we actually got some decent spring weather. For years now, it's been a horrible, wet, dreary, chilly spring, you know. But this year, we're getting a lot more sunny, warmer days. And it's beautiful. I love it. This is my kind of spring. Today was a perfect example. Weather, not too hot unless you're sitting in the sun. It gets pretty hot. Sunny day. Just beautiful. I spent my day outside. If you're curious. Beautiful, clean, fresh air. I don't live in the city. It's always fresh and clean and beautiful here. Yes, I hear you. I hear you. So it was a beautiful, wonderful day for me. It's been like that for the past few days, and it's going to be like that for the rest of the week. Let's Walter the cat's in the background, letting everybody know that he is around. He's around and he's hungry. I had a wonderful weekend filled with games, playing Dead Zone. Did some 3D printing. Got that under my belt. Been looking at a lot of new games and talking about them with folks. Yeah. I love the game. I think Dead Zone is fantastically good fun. With dastardly good depth. Eloquent as can be. So, yeah, it's easy to learn and get into. I've thoroughly enjoyed it. I didn't get a chance to really play. Honestly, I played 2 games my solo. I had a good time doing that, Patricia. But the remaining games were with Jake and Jesse, and I was just the GM. So I let them play, and Jake loved it, James. He's totally hooked. He came to visit me the next day, and the first words out of his mouth, he's running towards my house. He just said, "Let's play. I want to play again." It's all Dead Zone. So he's totally into it. He picked it up so fast. It just had me, it was mind-boggling how well he was able to navigate a rule book without ever playing or experiencing playing games like this before. He knew the procedures. Maybe he's watching me. But yeah, he grabbed the rule book. He's looking up the rules. When it was just him and Jesse there and I would left the room, he was there pulling out the rule book, looking stuff up. He knows how it works. He knows how to do it. Yeah, he caught on really quick. So the seeds have been planted. He's already talking armies. I'm showing him armies to get into. And Dead Zone is perfect for this type of introduction to the hobby. Perfect. So, like I said, success. And yes, I enjoyed it myself, but that's beside the point. man. I gotta look at this guy. I'm gonna be seeing a lot more of Jake. Like I said, Jesse's gonna be moving in here with me. And I'll be seeing Jake quite often. Every 2 weeks or something, every weekend even. So he's gonna be up here and he's gonna be playing games. And he's gonna be wanting to play games. Not to mention Jesse. Cripes, he's all in. Okay. Anything else black on this guy? Let me see. Oh yeah, the armor. Plates. He's got little plates. I don't want my paint to dry up, so give me a moment here while I do this. And then we'll look at the chat and have some crazy discussions. First things first. Love this speed paint, man. I am hooked. I am hooked on speed paint. Well, I enjoy it. The heck is that going on there? Oh, I see. They painted this part for some reason. They painted this black as well. Okay, let's do that then too. All right, beautiful. Let me look at the chat. Good fun, just in time for your semi-retirement. Yep, perfect timing. It was fun chit-chatting. All right, Eddie. I appreciate you popping in and hope to see you again, man. Good luck on the exams. All right, get some good sleep. There he goes. There's Eddie. Ed King. Eddie King. Our first one from India, which I really appreciate. I think that's super cool. Smother myself with. Okay. Good luck in your exams. There you go. Walter, knock it off. Stop making demands of me. Stop it. I'm not your slave. No. I won't do it. Now you got Cooper walking around. Oh boy, here we go. Oh. What is happening? Yeah, Dead Zone. Really like it. Highly recommend it. It's good fun, easy to get into. It's a great introduction to the, let's call it the Warpath universe, but what I mean to say is Firefight. Great introduction. If you want to expand to bigger games, 40K-ish, there you go. It's a great way to do that. That's kind of my plan, really. So, yeah. That's my take on it so far. And another good thing about what I'm doing here with this project is that I can use all these models. Oops, damn it. I can use all these models for my other planned science fiction games. Like 5 Parsecs from Home and Stargrave, because the only science fiction figures I currently have in my collections are grim, dark, 40K-ish type stuff, which in my mind just doesn't fit what is trying to be done with games like 5 Parsecs or Stargrave. Doesn't feel right to me. And I just certainly don't feel like modifying things. So yeah, I want to have something more like a hard science fiction game, which is what these Mantic figures are. This is not so much grimdark as it is just hard sci-fi. And I like it. So these are kind of becoming a baseline for other games for me. Get me a good start. And the terrain as well. There's some more dark armor. So I am all in. I was talking to Jerry from on Tabletop, and he totally agrees. He's currently painting up some Forge Fathers, which I'm also going to be painting up. The Space Dwarves. Yeah. He's quite a fan of the game as well. Let me see. I think all this is black down here as well, so let me get that. All this armor underneath the red armor is black. So we're going to give it some of this graveyard gray. As well. Shall we? Yes, we shall. Probably here. Look at his legs. I want to see. It looks like all red. Except maybe behind there? Yeah, I'm going to make that black. It seems he's got black armor underneath the red. So let's paint this black as well then. At least that part. And that's going to be red. Okay. Alright, so that should be all the black parts. For now. I guess the mask. It's already kind of black in there anyway. We'll put some black in there. Or Gravelord Gray, I should say. Alright, that should be it. It's got little spikes on the back of them. They painted them up black as well, but I'm going to paint them bone. Alright, so there he is. Anyone left in the chat here? It got quiet. You guys can't be sitting there just listening to me talk here. You guys must be doing something. Am I your ambience for the day? Nobody says anything. Of course, I'm busy painting. I can't really reply. Here we go. Put that to the side. Let this dry a little bit. Fantastic. So that's Gravelord Gray. I put in the... should I zoom in here? I guess maybe I could, right? Let me change my focus, because I have to do it this way. No. So you could kind of see the Gravelord Gray in there. Looks like black. Behind his leg here. Right there. Right there. Armor. The rest of the armor is going to be red. A big chunk of it. Parts are going to be white, of course. You can see in the corner what's going to be white. Painted some film set scenery earlier. Basic stuff, but I need as much as I can make. Otherwise, every settlement will have the same buildings. Yeah, good thinking. Good thinking. Got to be on your toes, Paul. You're telling a lot of stories for us war gamers. It's much appreciated. We like our dramas. I could text and chat endlessly. Believe me, you wouldn't want it. Oh, I believe you. And I'm supposed to be working on these photos. I have got some visible bases to blast from the image. Yeah. Cheating, that's what you're doing. Sneaky. It's okay, we understand. It's the magic of Hollywood coming alive over there in the UK with Paul, Big Small. That's what that is. The magic. Oh, it doesn't... It is, what time? Oh, it's 6 p.m. right now. We got another couple hours of daylight here, believe it or not. It's actually quite sunny. So the red and the white are tricky. What I want to do is I want to use speed paint for the white. It's actually pallid bone. So wherever there's white on the figure, I got to kind of be careful. We don't want to get red on there and risk mixing with the white because it will turn pink. I might have to use acrylic white and then wash it. So I gotta keep those. I could paint it white first, but I guarantee if red gets on it, it's gonna ruin it. So yeah, we're not gonna do that. I could go over it with black and then white again. But that's a whole process. So maybe I'm better off using acrylic paint for the white. Whatever. Let's hit the red, shall we? Actually, let's save some of this ghoul or Gravelord gray. Let's save some of it because I put too much in the tub here. Once again, I hate these freaking dropper bottles. Always end up taking too much. Stuff is expensive. Let's do some red just because I can. I'm going to use blood red. I gotta clean this freaking tray out. It's gonna mix with the colors. Let me see if I could do that. Nope, that's on there pretty good. That's in there pretty good. Hopefully it won't come alive. That's okay. That's okay. I've got this. GM Cody. There he is. The man, the myth, the legend has arrived. With his brace of pistols and rapier at his side. Just woke my dog up. Now he's walking around bothered. I guess it was too loud there. Sorry, everybody. I got a little out of control. A little excited. GM Cody. How you doing, my friend? Sitting here making some small talk with some of the folks passing by. As far east as India today. Yeah, quite proud of that. All right, we don't want this. Was I shaking the right paint? I don't think so. All right, hold on. I got to mute. So I guess I was muted the entire freaking time that I was painting. Okay. And boy, did I tell some stories. What a shame. Happens every chat. If there's silence like that, that's unusual because I'm talking constantly. So send me a message or something. I basically spent 10 minutes or so talking to myself, and man, I was really laying it on thick. What a shame. Yeah, you can't see my mouth. I was muted. I was cursing the cat because he's meowing. Oh, I was talking about the fine intricacies of what I'm doing with the painting. No, gone forever. All right, let me take care of the cat. All right. Did miss a thing. Good thing for being muted. Yeah. All right. It's a good thing I checked on things. Cooper was out of water. When he's out of water, he'll get up and sit next to the bowl there. And Walter was starving. So that's taken care of. Yeah, that's too bad. I gotta stop muting myself. I do it when I vape because it's too loud. So I'll mute the damn thing. So I guess I just forgot. Oh well. Or when I'm shaking paint, I mute it. So yeah, That's my life story. I ain't gonna repeat it again. Secrets of the Universe. So, new games being released. GMT by Swords and Bayonet. Something like that. That's being released on the P500 list as we speak. That's exciting news. Baron's War 2nd Edition box starter set is now available. Or, I don't know if it's available or on pre-order. I'm not sure, but that's basically out at Wargames Atlantic. Very excited about that. And finally, as far as I can remember, Port Royal, Firelock Games. Mordheim-inspired skirmish game in the pirate city of Port Royal. Good stuff, great stuff. Great value. The Port Royal one's a great value, I think. Beautiful cardboard terrain. And, yeah, what else? What else is going on? What else is happening in the world of gaming? There's been a lot of new releases. I'm sure I've missed something. As I dig into another shot of paint here. Oh, I love it. I love this. I love this. This goes on so nice. Using a bigger brush here. And that's okay. Kinda saving some of these areas for a different color if I want. I could just go over it with red, but I'm kinda holding off. Because you don't want to get too one-dimensional or two-dimensional with your painting here. You gotta kind of get that three-dimension going. Problem with this is that the colors that these other items are white right next to red. That's a challenging little task there. If you're a painter, you know what I mean. This is speed paint. Let's see, I gotta swap brushes. Not that one, it's too small. Gotta swap brushes here. Perfect. That was perfect. This brush is too small for what I'm doing now. But we'll survive. Beautiful. Yes, right there. Doot, doot, doot. Okay. Let's look at the picture again, see what's going on. I gotta make it big on my end. Alright. Baron's War. I set that avatar isn't you. Focused almost solely on the Silver Bayonet right now. Silver Bayonet. Oh, that's that game. Osprey. Silver Bayonet. As you should be. Stick to it. I'm pretty much sticking to dead zone at the moment, although I achieved my goal Now I'm going into slow mode where I'm just going to add a couple factions. It's just adding factions. Adding extra models here and there. That's all it is now. I've done my starter. And that'll gradually build up so I can play Firefight. I'll do a project for Firefight where I'll just take advantage of what I have. But keep in mind, I'm using this stuff for Dead Zone also for my other projects. 5 Parsecs and Star Grave. So that actually is going to be my next endeavor. And some other little things that I'll get into later in the weeks coming. Pretty tempted by the new Barons War, says GM Cody. I don't blame you. I love starter sets, and I'm glad they come out with one. It's a chance to paint some 28mm 13th century models. I already have a 15mm army of them. This would give me a chance to use them in my 28mm battles as well. So that's useful. Not to mention Baron's War as well. But I have enough on the table plate right now. Get some of these done. I might think about something else. There you go. What are you working on right now? That's something I was discussing while I was muted. I wonder what Cody's up to. I think he was painting something brand new. I don't remember what it was. Big Smile says, "'Tis late here, and a few moments ago a voice drifted down the stairs into my pit saying, 'I'm off to bed,' which means, in truth, I must get to bed as well. I really need my beauty sleep, you know." All right, Big Small Paul, we hear you. You enjoy your sleep and enjoy your evening. It was good talking to you, my friend. You made good progress tonight. I'm glad you're keeping up with me. Keeping us entertained at the same time. The figures are nice, says James, and I don't mind reading the history for Baron's War, but I'm just doing one thing at the moment. As you should. We all need to focus. The wintry kiss of little death. I'll do the rest of my pictures tomorrow, supposedly interspersed with real work. Let's see, hobby instead of good. I guess they do double duty as Bretonians. Yeah, definitely. Just bring a wizard as always. Still working on the orcs and goblins. Is that what it was? But I just received my first trench crusade. I heard you mention something. I think maybe it was Trench Crusade, because it was something totally I didn't expect from you. Totally different from Warhammer, actually. That's what I mean to say. Maybe I heard you mention that before. That was what you were planning on doing. Everybody's getting into the trench lately. If I was doing something else right now, it would be Gripping Beast Saxons versus Welsh. There you go. Here. I think it's good that you keep your projects manageable. Don't go crazy and start doing a project that's just mammoth and takes forever. You gotta break it up, and I think we all know that. That's why I like projects like Baron's War or Dead Zone. Or just any starter set for any game, really. I love them. Okay, I think I got that all done. Took me 2 weeks to do that Dead Zone starter, and it culminated in some massive games with Jake, so I'm very happy. That was my goal. I think my next project, I'm going to finish a faction of Forge Fathers. Jake seems to be keen on the Forge Fathers. Of course, he doesn't really know totally what he wants to do yet. Just he's kind of eyeing the vermine, or the vermin. He's a fan of rats. I'll let him buy those. I'm not going to buy them. But I will buy Forge Fathers because I intend to get them for myself. That'll give Jake a chance to play something different. Jake played really well, I must say. He, in game 1, he kicked his dad's ass pretty thoroughly, pretty soundly. And he was playing the Plague. So he did really well with the Plague. But Jesse was coming back at the end, and I think Jake won by 1 point in turn 5, or round 5 of the game. So Jake won it. He had the lead all the way through the game, and he managed to hold on to it. Game 2, however, was a different story. They switched sides. Jake played the Asterians this time. He didn't do as good with them. He didn't do as good. He got mad a few times and frustrated. Had to go outside and do some screaming. Oh, his dice were betraying him. Jesse was really trying hard. Jesse's very competitive. And I kind of got a kick out of it because here I am watching my nemesis, Jesse, basically fighting himself, his son, in this game. You know, Jesse was really getting into it. He wanted to beat him because he's competitive. He don't care who it is, even if it's his 9-year-old son. He was really trying. I mean, they were lobbing grenade launchers, grenades at each other. It was brutal. It was a brutal fight. I kind of got shooken a few times. Like, yikes, where is this going? This is getting to be a tooth and nail type of game here. Like, wow, he's only 9. Hey. Oh, it was good fun, though. Really good fun. Oh, my gosh. And this is how Jake learns the ethics of gaming, gamemanship, and all that nonsense. Is that part of the gun there? I think it is. Damn it. I gotta go back and paint that. So yeah, that was Jake's first experience with miniature wargaming. You guys know I've talked about that for years. I've been sitting here talking about this. There you go, that's my report. And we're going to play again this coming weekend. Probably multiple games. And I'll have more to report on that. Is that his hand? Alright, I think that is his hand. Okay, that's his thumb. I wasn't sure. Da, 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 da. This thing in the middle is red too. I think Walter's not happy with me. I think he doesn't like the food I'm feeding him. He likes the other brand of soft food. He eats them both. I don't know why he gets ticked off every once in a while. me see what he's crashed. Remember to unmute. They should get the firefight starter set with both. Yeah, I saw that one. I got it in my list. I might. I'm in no rush, though. I want to focus on the deads, the other factions. Nice tanks. See, that sounds like the kind of fun we had with 2nd edition 40k. Memorable Hollywood moments. Yeah, there was too. There was some of that going on. Again, I was surprised how quick he picked it up. Just, he really navigated the game and the flow of a game like as if he was a veteran, like he's done this before. That surprised me. Been jamming to your background music. Oh, I got it way up too. Let me turn it down. Second edition 40k is still one of my favorite games of all time. It's always a fun time. Yeah, there you go. I like the randomness and RPG elements of it. Not so much the RPG, that's 1st edition. But 2nd edition, skirmishy, oh yes, oh yes, oh yes. Much more better organized. I played 1st edition once. And you can really get creative, and it did have those RPG elements to it. Not as much as Warhammer did. The original, early editions of Warhammer, 3rd edition even. But it was interesting. And I remember my battle that I did play was a classic. Let's bring the Space Marines down on this planet where the technology was feudal and magic existed, i.e. they were psychers. It was easy to do. They attacked a wizard's tower, and it was just a small squad of Space Marines doing it. But that's what you could do with that game. And I figured, why not? Let that be our first game of 40k. Oh, I got a phone call again. Hold on. Okay, 1 second. You can definitely pull a Dead Zone Warband from Fire 5 box. A lot of sprues. Even in second, people were encouraged to be creative. I'm not the best at crafting terrain. I like custom color schemes for sure. Alright, Blood Red. I'm not through with you yet. The terrain was fun to put together. Oh, I got red where I shouldn't. The terrain was fun to put together. All the words and symbols that were on the signs and stuff, for the most part, was either raised or it was sunk. If it was sunk, I didn't bother with it. But if it was raised, I picked it out and painted it. And it was easy. So that was nice. They're good quality pieces, too. And of course, I didn't mess about with it with this idea that, oh, you keep them all separate so you can put them together anyway. I didn't do that. I put them in certain configurations and glued them. I'm not going to use those little clips to hold them together. That's just amateurish, in my opinion. It's just asking for trouble. I think it took me 2 days to do all the terrain, which is not bad at all. I think the trickiest part about it was figuring out, okay, what configurations do I want to put them in? And it took me a little bit to figure out what goes with what and how they work and what can go with what. Turns out anything works with anything. Once I figured that out, it was like a breeze. And everything went together like a charm. I still got to get under there. And they went together very solid. I've got one piece that's actually 3 stories high. And of all the pieces that fall on the floor, that's the one that fell on the floor. It didn't break. It was solid. So that's good. And I use plastic glue on this stuff, so it's not going to shatter and explode and everything's safe. It's going to literally break if it breaks at all. But no, nothing broke. So, whew, that was a close one. It was a hardwood floor, too. 3-foot drop, it survived. Yikes. Jake has to learn to be not so clumsy around the table, like leaning on it. He's new to this, right? You take these things for granted. You know, he's still got to get used to the fact that these are not toys that you play with. These are models that you play with. There's a difference. You could be a little mature and respectful. But he still can't help himself. Things get out of control. So my goal is to get this guy done. And this will be the addition for the next battle they play this weekend. They'll probably play a couple battles. And battles were short. They only take about an hour. Which is nice. So the next battle will feature this guy. And this guy's 30 points. We were playing 100-point battles. And that wasn't using all the models. I just like the idea of using a nice round number. So we could do bigger battles. If I include this guy. almost want to paint that a different color. I don't think it should be red. And leave those white. I have to go back and touch them up. Got a little messy there. So I think that'll be a different color, except this. I think this I will make red. The very top, kind of like it's part of his armor. That makes sense. Yeah, beautiful. Just love it. It just flows so nice. But down here, I think I'll make that a different color. I don't know. And then this on the top looks like it should be a different color. And this white around the back of the armor should be white. Alright, let's do the legs. This is all red. Come on, paint. Guess I should swap brushes now. It's too small. You notice I'm working my way down on the figure. There's a lot to paint on this guy, so I'm working with gravity here, in case you don't know that. I think he's got black toes. Yeah, he does. You gotta keep that in mind. And his knees, oh, that's white as well. That I made a mistake with. Yeah. I want to keep that white, so we're gonna have to go back and touch that up. Do do do. It's okay. That's how you learn. Looks like I'm gonna have to use my small brush after all on this. Some tricky spots here. Again, that speed paint. It can help you, like working in these small areas and spots. It just flows where it needs to go. I like that about it. Yeah, I gotta use some more paint. Fantastical. Making the missus her tea and toast. How is she, James? She holding up okay? She got the smile on her face? She got the smiling going on? Tell her I said hello and I hope all is well. And hang in there, because it's only going to get better, Ree. And that's the truth. Just have a little faith. Be positive. Good things will come. So far, so good, James. I've had very little problems with this paint, and this is version 1 paint. Even when it has, maybe twice, it's actually picked up. I took advantage of it and used it for blending. So it wasn't that bad. I've had no big problems with this paint. None. The biggest problem I have with it is these freaking dropper bottles, which I detest. I'm not going to go into that again. Absolutely hate them. Absolutely. I got to clean this out is what I got to do. That's what needs to be done. I have to get a Q-tip or something. And it's just like blood, too. It's freaky. Look at that. Ah! Ah, I cut my thumb again. Oh, man, it's bad. It's bad. Doesn't that look like blood? Look at it. The fact that it's like an ink and it's the way it is, it makes it look even more real. It's scary. It's all over the inside of this thing. Yeah, that's better. Except I got it all here as well. Ay, ay, ay. Main thing is don't overthink it. It's just painting. This is just speed paint. Don't try to get fancy. Don't try and get perfect. The whole idea of these paints is to get things done decent looking. That's all. Decent. You're not going to have a Picasso miniature sitting on your table using speed paints. Don't even try it. Why bother? Why? Why do you want a Picasso to begin with on your tabletop? They're for gaming. Let's be practical here. And once in a while you might want something that looks beautiful, but even then it's probably going to be a game piece. I try not to overthink these things. If it looks good, then it's good enough. So I'm not doing anything special with my painting here. I'm just doing like it says to do, and guess what? It works. No problems. Now the touching up is really easy to fix, where I got the red on the white areas. You just got to be careful with the white because it doesn't mix well with red. We all know that. We don't want pinkies running around. You shouldn't even use the same brush when you're painting red and white colors, to be honest with you. But that's easy to fix. And I'll do that before I'm done here. I'm going to try and finish this guy, actually. I like that red. Yeah, doesn't that look legit? Look at that. That's the blood red. They have another red. I forget what it's called. I'm going to pick that other red up. This is nice. It's nice and dark. Oh, and the other thing, I have to admit, the other thing that I've been doing differently from when I first started, and you know this, is I'm using a zenithal primer. Like when I first did these figures, I was very much about, it's got the undercoat is most important, and it is. It's got to be a nice even white. But honestly, after using this zenithal style undercoat, that's not so true anymore. It doesn't end up patchy at all. I think my biggest problem I had was my undercoat, and this is where you'll probably agree, James. My undercoat on my very first figure that I did had a patchy undercoat. The white was not even. It had nothing to do with whether it was white or gray or black. It's just the undercoat itself was not consistent. It was too patchy. That will show up on the speed paints, and it'll look horrible. That happened to me. So, in my mind, it was all about a nice, even white undercoat. Don't use gray. Don't bother with the zenithal. But since I tried it, this slap chop, as people like to call it, it works great. This goes over the gray and the black. Not really the black, but it goes there. Doesn't harm anything. Without any problem. But yeah, it still has to be a nice even coat for your undercoat, which I've had no problem doing so far with zenithal. Using a brush, not a spray paint. I have spray paints too. I could use spray paint for the zenithal. But nah, I like using the brush. My nice soft brushes. I feel like I'm in more control over the paint, I guess. I don't know. You guys can't see what I'm looking at, but this is my screen. I got it nice and big so I can look at the guy. You guys get to see the little tiny version. I got him nice and big there. Of course, he's going to get some nice highlights. I always highlight afterwards. What was I doing? I don't even remember. Red. Got to put some more red on there. Then we're going to go back to the Gravelord gray. I missed a few spots. And that's it. We'll let it set. No, we'll go to the pallid bone for the gun in the white areas. No, I can't do that, can I? No, I have to fix it. The spots that are red, where it's white. I got a little red paint where the white areas are. I'll fix that. You can also just paint white, add wash strong. One of the reasons why I got an airbrush. How is that airbrush working for you? You having fun? Is it easier on your fingers? I'm sure it's a learning experience for you. You got a lot to learn. Airbrushing. That's an art in its own. You know what? We're going to have to use the small brush. Modern, newfangled techniques. This right here is going to be red too. Yeah, it goes over the gray easily. I like it. I like it. This is very similar to staining. I used to do a lot of stain painting on figures. It's one of the rare times I experimented with stuff, and I really enjoyed stain painting. It's where your figures are very translucent. You do a lot of mixing and blending and things like that. And the results are pretty good. It's a different look. But yeah, this is very similar to it, except for the obvious idea that it highlights and covers much more effectively. You don't get a faded look like you do with a stained figure. But it's a very similar technique, and it flows just as well. Just the end result is a little different, so it's really cool. For me, that should be red. Now, where is it going to be red on here? Gotta look at his feet. Not sure. I think this will be red right here. The rest will be black. I think. Yeah, that looks good. And we'll do the same here. Make this red. It's like his right foot is different. Yeah. But I'm definitely not getting fussy over these figures. I just want to get them done looking nice. That's all. When you try and get fancy, it's just going to take too long and you're going to make mistakes and all this bullshit. I'm in no position for that. I want to get things on the table and play these games. And this looks great. I'll leave that white. Might leave that white too. And this needs to be white. So yeah, we gotta let this dry. I'll go back over it. And these white spots, I'm going to paint black with acrylic over top of it. And then I will kind of give it a little white color over the black because I don't want it too dark in that one little spot. And that's easy enough to fix. And then it's a nice white surface, and that's what I want. I want to get a nice white surface for... I want to use an ink. Not an ink. I want to use the speed paint over top of that. I don't have to. I could use white paint. I might do that anyway. I think that'll look cool. The only thing left now is maybe... maybe I could do the gun. Yeah, I gotta let that set. Ay, ay, ay. Let's look at it in the camera. I like that red shading there where you can actually see the red. Isn't that nice? I wonder what Jake will think of this guy. He's got a freaking iron cannon. He's 30 points. I think a normal guy is like... A normal Asterian is like 9 points. So 30 points for this guy. I'm thinking, why did they include this guy in the box? I mean, the Plague, the other guys, they don't get a guy like this. Their resin figure was the general, and he's only the general. He's not a named character or anything. This is one of the, I guess they call these legendary characters. Or legendary, I don't know what it is, legendary something. They're like named characters in Warhammer. So yeah, they got one. So our games have been 100-point games. And the Asterians, I think theirs was 98 points. And they still had a whole bunch of guys left over. There must have been 6 guys I didn't use. So if I include those 6 guys in this, that's a lot of points. I think there was like 130 or 140 points per side. Not including this guy? I don't know. But he's an oddity to include in the box. I mean, cripes. That's a lot of points. He's a powerhouse. So tomorrow I might finish this guy. I might do it in the stream or just do it offline. I don't know. But tomorrow morning I'll I'll fix the whites on this. And yeah, we'll see if I finish him. And the final thing I'll do is give it a nice dry brush. Pick out all the edges even more. And then I usually seal it. I won't use the gloss on him. I got a big can of lacquer, essentially. It's very glossy. I've been using that. I don't have to use that. I've got some D-Shine matte over here as well, so I can use that straight away. And then it'll be done. We'll add him to the collection and test him out. Test him out. You guys want to see some bat reps from me? I don't know. It's been a long time. I've lost my touch, I'm afraid. I've kind of lost my touch. I think Mini Warmutt does a better job than I do. I gotta do something though. I can't retire completely. So I'm gonna leave him dry. I'm not gonna do any more on him. What are you gonna do? I'm gonna do the dry. I'm gonna do the dry, Johns. Gonna do the dry. I got some craft paint flow improver too. Called Flow Control. It's a craft paint. Let me see. Gotta get this again. Save some paint. Do 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 do. I really battery ports. Hold on, wait a minute. Don't only remove that. I want to look at it. Gotta save my paint first. I really prefer battle reports to everything. So do I. The only time I look at anything else is when I'm curious about a game, a new game, and I kind of want to learn about the mechanics. A battle report will do that. But, alright, I want to see what's in a box. I'm curious about the contents of something. Not always, but that has its use. Sometimes you want to see it. You're curious. I don't watch videos where they're just talking about mechanics. I don't get it. And I know you don't either. I'm just not a mechanical type person. I'm really not. I don't care. Man. Warmutt does a good job. Yeah, he's fun. He's annoying sometimes, but he's funny. He's annoying. I like when he adds these little sound effects and stuff. It gets annoying after a while, but I like it. He's got a very laid back attitude, which reminds me a lot of my good friend who passed away, not Ian. Oh, down there in Australia. Oh, I can't think of his name. Beckus. He was very laid back. He used to joke around with me about how short he could make his unboxings. Here's Beckus in his 1 minute unboxing, because he literally would do them in just minutes. And if you looked at his videos, he'd tear it open. This is this and that. He'd just throw the things out onto the table, throw them out. He didn't care. Throw them out and then throw it all back. It's just, there you go. That's what's in it. That was his style. We used to joke around about that. He kind of reminds me of him. Not with his unboxings, but the kind of laid back attitude with the hobby. Which is good to see. People get too uptight and tense about this hobby, and it's very off-putting. There's the right way to do this and the right way to do that, and we're going to talk for 2 hours about it. People telling us how to paint and how to play games and how to read rules and what rules to play and what rules not to play. It's tiring. It's frickin' tiring. If I ever get caught talking to you folks like that, you got to tell me and yell at me. I try not to say this is the way to do things. Unless it's a joke. I do joke about that. I am guilty of that. But you won't hear me sitting here putting down rules and saying you should play this and you should play that, or this is the way to paint. Everything I do is a grain of salt, and it's just what I do. Right? James does things his way. I do things my way. Warmutt does things his way. His presentation is different than mine. And it's all good. We need more of that laid-back attitude. That's me telling people what they need. So, yeah, you should yell at me right now. I'm telling you. I'm telling you what we need. Terrible. What's the matter with me? I can't even see right now. It's a blur. I skip the first 25% of any video I watch. If I missed something, I will go back to watch it. He should be annoying. Yeah, he should be. Keeps people coming back. Keeps them on their toes. That's people's results, crafts, and above all, battle reports. We war game. Yeah, I realize there is a lot of unhappy. There is a lot. It's crazy. I'm so tired of it. It's you know, one of the reasons I don't make videos anymore is because of that. Because it's such a turnoff to me. There's like this expectation of what you're supposed to do to make videos now. My really good friend, Dreadlin, talks about this all the time. And he was one of the first to catch on to this, the way YouTube was going. And he was right. It is going that way. It's very much commercialized, meta talk. It's just a different atmosphere from what it was when we first started. And he stopped making videos really because of it. And I guess that's one of the reasons I have. Just doesn't feel like I want to do it. Not because I'm lazy. It's just that there's... I don't know. I really don't, honestly. Now, good luck on the interview. 45 minutes. Time to breathe deep. Practice your breathing. In through the mouth, out through the nose. Hold for 3 seconds. Out through the nose. Hold for 3 seconds. Inhale. Through the mouth. Just keep doing that. You'll calm your ass right down. I used to tell my sister that all the time. Get yourself all in that proper state of mind. Gotta watch those HRs. They're sitting there scribbling notes, and believe me, they're scribbling notes. They're making references towards things, your attitudes and the way you respond, and if you're fidgety, they're gonna write that down. That's what they do. And this all goes towards your rating. Gotta watch those HRs. Not that I want to make you nervous or anything. Hobby, Hobby as a platform to be miserable. And I don't give a fig about influencers. Yep, I'm the same way. I'm tired. I'm too old for it. I am. I'm just too old for this. I just want to enjoy my hobby while I'm still here. That's all. I wish the hobby wasn't so commercialized, so popular. Yeah, it's nice to see it popular in a way, but yeah, we're seeing the results of its popularity and growth, and it's become an industry. It was better when it wasn't. It really was. It was so much better when everything was small time. Of course, that's before the internet. What are you going to do? The internet comes along. Yeah, it's going to turn into this. Yeah, there's no way around it, I don't think. It's going to get popular. You think? I don't know if the internet has made our hobby popular. It's more than just the internet's existence. It's people taking advantage of the internet to, like you say, platform it and promote it, I guess. Can't blame the internet. But I like the idea of it returning to a niche type of thing. And it's funny because back in the day you'd be sitting around playing D&D or something, you'd be thinking, boy, wouldn't this be great? It'd be great if they make Dragonlance into a motion picture, a big movie and stuff. Oh, it'd be so cool. But you're not thinking about it to make it popular. You're just thinking that it's cool to be a movie. But the thing is, it'll never be a movie unless it's popular. So now, looking at it, I'm like, nah. Maybe as a niche movie made by indie people, that would be kind of cool. But not Hollywood. Keep Hollywood out of this stuff. Yeah, I don't need that. Keep it niche. I think it will too. I think it's going to start losing its popularity. Role-playing especially. I think it already is. With the demise of D&D, Wizard of the Coast, I think it's going to happen. It's natural. It's the everything is cycles. Everything is a circle. Just like the seasons, everything is that way, and you're seeing it now. We're seeing it a lot sooner than I expected, but yeah, I think it's on its way down now. And it's so good. I can't wait. Please, leave me alone. It's just little plastic figures and little metal soldiers. You might as well be painting rocks. What do we got? 2 viewers? I'm sitting here with 2 viewers. Entertainment shrinks and grows with the seasons naturally. Yeah, it does. There he is. There's another look at the guy I'm working on. He probably won't look that good. But in my eyes, he'll be a hell of a lot better. He's going to be what he should be. He's going to be a nasty warrior, right? Look at that guy. Look at the maw on that guy. The end is nigh. Prepare thyselves for an ion cannon blast. Yada da 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 da. OSR is what it is, says Ironman. I expect a few more older players to filter in as they retire. The cosplay events, I suspect, will go away mostly. Cosplay is a whole different thing, but I know what you're talking about. In our hobby, the cosplay silliness, sure it will. It's already doing that. I don't need my hobbies to be cool. It will get a smidge bigger in peak. The demise of D&D will hasten the whole process, I think. And it's already dead. It's already dying. I wouldn't be shocked Wizards sells it at this stage. Or locks it away in their basement so no one can touch it. They're going to do something. And that's no one, they're not going to play anything else. I couldn't imagine all these D&D cosplayer Hollywood wannabe literature students or whatever. I can't see them playing anything else. When that's gone, they're gone. It's as simple as that. And then we return to our geek culture and the niche that it really is. Us that play the games. That's who will be left. And things will be like they should be. Like we want them to be, I should say. Things are the way they should be. Because it's a cycle. We're going to go through these things. Yeah, it's hard to shut all that out. The internet makes it impossible. But it's nice. It has its positive side. There is that. And that's what we need to focus on. Like right now, this is a positive thing about the internet. We're getting together, talking and chatting in a rational way. Having a good time. Focusing on what should be focused on. Being real. You know? Like I do get criticized in my streams. I get criticized a lot for some of my videos. Usually good criticism, but sometimes people don't like the way I vibe. They just don't like it. They don't like me. There's a lot of people who don't like me. They don't like my style. Some people don't like my games that I play or my style of games, but I don't care. This is me. This is the real me. This is where I'm at. I'm not about commercializing my channel or commercializing myself or how I play my games or present them. That's why I'm so weird on here, you know? That's what makes me a little different though, right? Right, Iron Man? A little different? We're friendly over here because it's real. Da, 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 da. Blood red. Whatever an ion cannon sounds like, I don't know. That's close enough as far as I'm concerned. I gotta work on him this week and get him done. He's gonna be in my battles. Jacob is gonna be using him and probably facing him as well as they switch up sides. Only way to be, says GM Cody. He knows where it's at. He knows where it's at. Be real. Historical minis really going to keep shrinking, I would guess. You're a pessimist. That's all I could say. Stop being so pessimistic. They're not going to disappear. Just like fishing isn't disappeared. No one has to be out there fishing, right? Why do people fish? The grumpy old men are very possessive, to be fair. Yes, they are. Iron Man Warlord sells 3,000 Panzers a month. Wow. Only way to be. Okay. I go to the cons and they are about 1/4 the size they used to be and getting smaller. That's because young kids don't go to those geeky nerd conventions. Are you serious? It's like going to a history class. It's not the cool thing to do. It's not cool. It's just a history class. Now, if you go to Adepticon, it's a different story. If you go to some of these other conventions that don't have just historical stuff, because you can't just have historical stuff. You can't. Not everybody's interested in history. And the ones that do it, who aren't interested in history, are in for the game. The people we don't like. Not me, but, the tournament players and things like that. So you can't shun them out. These historical conventions are a little bit, have always been one arm behind the back. That's always been the issue with it. That's why Adepticon as far as age is concerned, pulls in a lot more younger people, because you got to take that into account. Historicon, still probably the biggest historical miniatures convention in the U.S., along with Cold Wars and what's the other one? Fallen. That's a lot. They're the biggest ones, but they're historical focused. You're going to see some sci-fi, but not much. You're going to see a lot of old folks there and stuff. Yeah, because it's historicals. It's what people played back in the 70s and the 80s. And then they bring in their cousins and their kids and their children and their grandchildren. You might see some, and it keeps it alive, which is good. I don't know what I'm talking about. You guys know what I'm talking about. I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm just trying to get on the other side of Iron Man because I know he's very pessimistic about things, grumpy at times. I know you are, Iron Man. Don't tell me you're not. Yes, to be fair, the historical side. That is true. And it is that way. Not always, but, if you want to get down in numbers and demographics and all that, I don't know. I don't know what it really is. It's always been that way, as far as I know. Was there ever a time where historical miniatures gaming was just nothing but young people? Maybe at a time in the early days, and then those people got old. But yeah, history is just not a thing. And when you talk about historical gaming, it's like, it's kind of a turnoff to a lot of people. History is not a class that's promoted here in the United States too much. Doesn't make money. It's boring. But us, we love it, But like Ars made a good point. He said, it's not about the subject of the class that makes it interesting or not. It's how it's presented. Presentation is everything, and he's absolutely right. Sadly, we don't present history properly, in my opinion. It's not taught correctly, in my opinion. It's too much facts and boring stuff. So that's one of the problems. Our local historical con has grown a whole lot, says GM Cody, but it has also expanded into other types of games. Yeah, they kind of have to. And even to be fair to the HMGS, they do actually run non-historical games at the conventions. So they do do those things. And a lot of it's because, well, it's just fun to do that. I don't care if you're 80 years old. It doesn't mean it's not fun. But it does attract a younger generation. I mean, look at me. I'm trying to get Jake into this miniature gaming hobby. I'm not introducing him to World War II or Napoleonics or Ancients. I could do Ancients with him, but I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to have him sit here and play Triumph or DBA with me. Not now. I'm not sure he even cares about history. I mean, it's just a different kind of game. But sci-fi, fantasy, the make-believe stuff, yeah, that's more interesting to a younger mind, I think. The new history is all about ancient advanced technology and aliens building everything. Maybe that will be the new games. Grief, was I wrong? Ten show up for Carter of Mars. But you know what, Iron Man? That's okay. I think it's always going to be that way. Do you want historical gaming to be more popular than fantasy? I don't. I want it to be a little niche pocket interest where people are dedicated and love history and the hobby and the battles and the generals. I want it to stay that way. I don't want some giant 50,000 attendee convention for historical gaming. The real concern is the fear that it's dying out and that it will go away. And my argument is, no, it'll never go away. Just like people still fish. People still make lures and do fly fishing. Even in this day and age, it's still something people do. And I guarantee you, 100 years, well, maybe not 100 years. Anything can happen in 100 years. I guarantee in, let's say 10 years, 20 years, when people are all 3D printing stuff, pre-painted stuff, who's painting? Who's going to be painting a metal miniature by hand 20, 30, 50 years from now? Well, there will be. There's going to be somebody painting those figures by hand. And it's going to be a novel thing. And there's going to be others who do it too. And there'll be a community of old farts that do this stuff. And some young faces that are keeping it alive. Because that is the way the hobby always has been. And it will always be that. It'll have its ups and it'll have its downs, but at its core, it'll always remain what it is. There'll always be somebody doing that. Somebody that still collects the original hardback rules. When everything is digitalized or plugged into our brains. Until eventually we become something else and evolve. Yeah, so what's the point? What's the point? All this worry for nothing. We have 4 show up for Napoleon. I read that. Historical was never more popular than fantasy that I ever knew. Nah. I just know that I was there in the 70s and the average age was late 30s. Now it's late 60s. Yeah. If I can still find them. Yeah, Cody will. He's a young man. He'll be the guy that I'm talking about. It's like with Warhammer. There's still people playing that old-fashioned game that, like James said, it's broken, it's clunky, it's whatever. But yet there's all these people, and more of them, coming together playing these freaking games from the 80s and 90s. For what purpose? Who knows? Why, when there's so much better out there? Better ways to do things, as I like to say. And they'll always be that. The cool thing about it for us right now in the hobby, think about this, is we're really the first generation of gamers coming off we can go back further to Kriegspiel and all that nonsense, but let's say the 60s, or 70s, when gaming actually took off as something, right? From the 70s on. There's people are still alive. Still alive from back then. And how many times has it gone up and down, grown? People worrying and fretting, oh, it's going to be gone forever. It's just crazy to me. We get to see all this happen. I mean, the craziest thing is coming from, say, the 70s and the 80s. Me, it would be the 80s. And with no idea about the internet and PDFs and this idea about old school gaming returning and old hammer communities, people returning to older versions of the game, who would have ever thunk that would be a thing? This is the first time in our history as gamers that this has ever happened, and we're witnessing it. So what does that tell you about the future of gaming? We're witnessing everything for the first time. And it's kind of cool to see it. Where does this hobby go, ultimately, really? As we more and more are returning to the base original stuff, more and more it seems to be going that way. What does that mean? What's going to come out of that? To me, I think it's all cycles, and it's going to do this anyway, and it's going to repeat and repeat. But who knows? Our hobby is going to evolve just like we do, right? Mr. Featherston. Yeah, things are changing so much. And AI. Oh, AI is the big one. I think that's going to have a big impact on our hobby, to be honest with you. It's going to have a big impact on our lives. And it already is. Surprisingly so. It's shocking, to be honest. I could wake up tomorrow and it's crazy how it has changed things. So it's going to have an impact on our games in big ways, and we're going to see it. What does that mean? I'm not sure. AI opponents? I think that's only scratching the surface. That's nothing. Is it proof a game needs to be fun, not perfect? But I prefer Oathmark and Dragon Rampant for my mileage. With credit to Mr. Featherston. Yeah, that's great. You'll never hear me say either of those games suck. I think if that makes you happy, that's great, James. I'm so great for you. I'm so great for you? That sounded funny. I'm so happy for you. And I feel the same way. I think Oathmark's a great game. Great intro to the hobby. Dragon Rampant, it's not my style of game at all. I don't like Mercy's games, his style. But that's me. I know everybody else seems to love it. Mr. Big Burr. Computer game competitions. Ugh. I guess there's a big vibrant hobby or community, for War Master. I assume that, but today I actually learned there really was a legit one. Somebody was telling me about it. It's called, there's a set of rules, which is Oldhammer, called War Master Revolution. I guess it's kind of like Warhammer Renaissance or Ninth Age. So yeah, I guess War Master has something like that too, where there's this whole community focused on keeping the game alive, and it's called War Master Revolution. So that's a thing. Again, returning to the old. The old becomes the new. I only did historical minis for years, but now I mostly do fantasy stuff. So there you go. I do know that Kevin is personally keeping a few miniatures compatible companies in business. Kevin, you mean Kevin Krause? Not Kevin from Palladium Games. I think you mean Kevin. A friend from Deutschland. Yeah. I got a commission for him I'm going to work on. I'm actually excited about that one. A little bit here and a little bit there, and I'll send it off to him. Oh, 15 mil. Jeez. It's going to be a big deal. I've been painting 10 mils like a madman for 5 years. What am I going to do with myself? 15? What is this? You know, I think when I do my battle reports, I'm not even going to tell people what rules I'm using. Because to be honest with you, I get so tired of hearing people talk about their favorite games. I really do. And what they hate and what they love. Does it really matter? They all do basically the same thing. It's just a matter of taste. I think that's one of the problems that annoys me. And it comes from the idea that a lot of these people are very critical of other games. And we all know we don't like that. How many times have we talked about that? Oh, you can't do that. Even ours has gone off on some of these games, which is odd to me. He has this disdain for the basic mechanical system of Warhammer. But yet, it's his favorite game. He plays Warhammer 6th edition. That is his thing. Out of all the games out there, including all these modern games like Oathmark and Midgard, he keeps coming back to Warhammer 6th edition. And he will tell you that this is a broken system. The mechanics are stupid. Rolling all these, so on and so forth. I don't get that. I don't get that. And he will sit there and tell you your game is terrible. Your game is broken. I wish he wouldn't do that. But he does. Because I know you're going to only upset people. Why are you doing that? Stop. Stop at ours. But I can't stop him. Plus, he's a really good guy. We all love ours. He gets a little bit of a leeway. I did some calibrating. Oh, calibration. Where's my prints? Yeah. So here's my 3D prints. Resin. Not the filament this time. And I'll tell you what. It was super easy to set up. It wasn't like the other printer, which I literally had to put together with tools. That was ridiculous. But this was literally just plug it in and push on. It was more about knowing what you were doing more than anything. And yeah, setup was really easy. I did some reading, did some watching, got my mind set on it fairly rapidly. And attempted my first test piece, which was these little pieces here. This is called the rook. And it's a commonly used, I can't see the wording on there. It's a commonly used test piece for Elegoo. And my first two attempts both failed miserably. There was literally nothing. It takes over 3 hours to print this. All right, 3 hours. And I waited 3 hours and went in, nothing. There was nothing on the plate. Nothing. So I emptied it out. I drained it, cleaned it. I failed to notice something, which I'll get back to in a second. And it's crazy that I failed to notice this. But there was nothing. There was no cured resin at all. Anywhere. Nothing. So I cleaned it up, refilled it, did everything a second time, got some advice from some folks and so on and so forth, and just tried it a second time. Again, nothing. There was nothing cured, nothing. It was just like it wasn't curing. So I double-checked everything from settings to the LCD to make sure it was working. Everything. I checked everything. I sanded the build plate, which is commonly done anyway. You sand it in case it's too smooth and things aren't sticking. So I made sure to do that, not once, but twice. What else did I do? Check my settings in the program, the slicer. I didn't mess with them too much because everything based on the resin I was using seemed like it was, within the parameters that it needed to be. So I didn't change anything. And I was coming to the conclusion, okay, nothing's sticking to the plate. All right, I sanded it a little bit. Okay, that helps. The temperature of the room. Temperature is a big thing where I live, especially in this house. Things are very much colder in here, even if compared to outside. And temperature has to be kind of up there for resin printing. All right, it's got to be in the 70s. And so I'm thinking, okay, maybe that played a role because it is like in the 60s and 50s here. So I was thinking that. I put a heater in the room, heated it up to nice 70 degrees. So I did that. The third... Let me think. It was after the second failed attempt. I went in there and the little tub that holds the resin? I noticed something when I emptied it out. At the very bottom of the resin, and there's like this filament thing at the bottom, clear thing, and you hit it and it sounds like a drum. On the bottom of it were these perfect circles like this. And there was two of them, one on each side, perfectly spaced out. I did not realize that what I was looking at was the first layer or two of the print. It did not stick to the plate and instead stuck to the filament of the tub, because that's what happens with the first layer. It's supposed to stick to the plate, not the filament. In fact, you can hear it pull away and it'll make a little snap noise and you can hear it. But it was not sticking to the plate. The thing was, I didn't realize that this was cured resin at the bottom of my tub. I just totally ignored it and thought it was just like, buttons, part of it, just was there. But after my second attempt, there was 3 of them. And I didn't really pay attention. I didn't notice that there was 3 instead of 2. And they were stuck to the bottom. There was one in the middle here. And I started poking the one with a spatula and it moved. And I thought they were like part of the tub. Don't ask me why. I'm new to this. And it moved. And I realized, wait a minute, it was actually curing. And that's the cured first layers of the thing. And it was sticking to, then it all made sense. Then I realized that it was actually curing. All right, so I knew it was curing. The LCD was working. Everything was good on that side. It all really was that it wasn't sticking to the plate. What I figured out is that the plate itself, both times when I had those fails, I noticed something. The plate was wobbling along the XY. The Z was perfect, but the XY, it was wobbling after the prints were done. I noticed it was wobbling. It's like, I'm not tightening this up enough? I obviously wasn't. I thought I was. I thought I tightened it up pretty good after leveling it. You know, I used the paper in each corner, the whole 9 yards, and it was good. But evidently, I wasn't tightening the plate enough, so it was coming loose. And I think that was the main reason why it was not sticking to the plate, but rather sticking to the bottom of the tub, which I didn't realize it was sticking to the bottom of the tub because I was a numbhead. But the third attempt, after 3 hours, I walked in, and here it is raised high above, and I took a picture of it. There they were. What it was doing, it was creating 2 of these, not one. It was creating 2 of these. I didn't realize that. I thought it was going to be one in the middle of the build plate. It all makes sense now because the images on the screen were showing 2 creations thing. But anyway, that's what it was. I am lucky that the build plate didn't come down and press into these and smash the LCD. And the only reason it didn't is because the first print created 2, one on each side. The second print made 1 that was directly in the middle. And the reason why it made only 1 and it was in the middle was because I had went into the settings and made an extra file for this called Rook 2. And that's the one I printed. And it was only 1, so it was going to be in the middle. If that had printed on both sides over here, it would have pushed down on top of the cured resin, which I didn't know was there, and probably would have cracked the LCD screen. So it was just meant to be the way it happened. So I'm very lucky for that. And yeah, the third print worked. So that's my story. That's my printing horror story. But there it is. Look at it. It's beautiful. It's perfect. I put it in the wash with the alcohol. I gave it a couple minutes of ultraviolet curing. I even tested the resin itself to see if it was bad. I took it outside in the sunlight, put it on a rock, and I poured a little on it, and it turned solid within seconds. So instantly cured. So it was nothing wrong with the resin. I did test the resin. It has an expiration date on it too, which is still good. So that's my story. I am very, very lucky this didn't crack the LCD screen, James. It's just the way it happened. Go figure. And even then it might not have, but you know, when that plate comes down, it gets pretty tight to the LCD screen, and you got to be careful of that. They tell you that always screen your tub when it's got resin in it, because if there's any cured resin in it, like bits and pieces, you know, it might crack the LCD screen. So very fortunate. It's 3D printing. I mean, honestly, after the first 2 tries with resin, it made me stop and think, is this really worth it? I mean, you literally feel like an alchemist. You feel like you're some type of chemist in here. It doesn't have to be that way, but you can get so deep into this. I can see why people end up looking like chemists in here with their gloves and their masks, and they're fiddling with different concoctions and different mixes of resins and trying out all this complex stuff, going online, and their computer slicer, and changing all kinds of settings that look alien to most of us. It's like, what are you doing? Just to do this? It can get a little bit funky, I think. I don't care to get that deep into it, to be honest with you. And I questioned, do I really want to do this? Too much brain cells. To me, it seems like the whole process of 3D printing right now, especially with resin, is very in its infancy. It really is. Because we're sitting around with this toxic stuff, which, half the time I didn't even wear a mask or I didn't even wear gloves. It doesn't bother me. I don't care that much. I mean, it stinks. Yeah, put something over your face, but I think it's a little bit much, to be honest with you. Just go wash your hands, It's common sense. But it seems like a lot of effort to do something like this that can easily just spoil or the screen crack. I mean, man, really? And it is high maintenance too, because that LCD screen, you have to replace those eventually. Yeah, there's a lot to it. But it's quite satisfying, that's for sure. So there's my chess pieces. I gotta give one to Jake. He'll probably paint it up in camouflage. Microwave an army for $20. The first 3D printer I saw was in 1996 at an auto engineers show in Detroit. It was a container of medium where lasers hardened as it intersected. I think what was fascinating to me was learning how this works. Wrapping your head around how this works. Because it does this and they're upside down on the build plate. Like, here's the plate and here they are. They're stuck to it like this. What's going on here? Gravity's not working the way we think it is. And when I learned how this works, where it's all done in layers, literally there's 1,000 layers in this thing. 1,000 layers in this thing. This small little rook, 1,000 layers. Just like a filament printer. It layers them, but they're much thicker. But with this, it's different. But the thing is, how does it do it? Because it's upside down and it's dipping in liquid. What the hell is going on here? And once you realize that what it's doing is resin cures in ultraviolet light. In other words, it hardens. So what it does is it shoots up this LCD UV light, really, upwards from the screen through the resin onto the plate. And it does this in various shapes. And every layer is done repeatedly that way. So it's constantly curing these layers on top of each other. And that's why you get this upside down thing going on here. It's crazy, but that's how it works. So pretty amazing. Good luck, James. Pretty amazing how that works. And it took me a while to get my head wrapped around that. Like, how does this work? I mean, it's upside down. It's coming out of a pool of liquid and just appearing. How is this working? But it all has to do with the fact that it's resin and that it cures in UV light. And the LCD shoots it up like laser beams, if you can imagine, in these shapes. It's totally science fiction-y, if you ask me. But yeah. There you go. That's my story. My first 3 prints with resin. There they are. Dumb me. I just didn't tighten the freaking plate. That's all it was. It wasn't tight enough. I was being like a little child with it. I don't want to go too tight. That kind of thing, you know. I don't want to break it. It's brand new. Right? The third time I cranked it, I said, "You bitch, you're going on there now. You ain't gonna budge." Well, I didn't pressure it that much, but still. More than usual. I did get a headache from the fumes a little bit. I'm probably from the fumes. I just put on my mask and left. It's not a... I don't think it's as dangerous as people think it is. But yeah, you don't want to sit there and drink it. You don't want to sit there and breathe it in, hover over it. It's like a lot of things in your house that are really dangerous. You know, you don't go drinking Clorox, for instance, you know. It's that kind of thing. But you know what? Like I said, it's all in its infancy. It feels that way to me anyway. So you never know. 10 years from now, they might find out, oh my God, this particular brand of resin is causing all kinds of cancer. You know, they could find out. Because this is new, really. Oh, whatever. I'm almost dead anyway, so... But you youngsters out there. Right, Iron Man? You will need to practice. Yeah. But it's fun. There's another side of this. It is fun to do this. I mean, literally. It takes minutes to get an STL file converted and then put it on your little drive here, one of these little things. And plug it in, push a few buttons, and let it go for a few hours. And just go about your business. It's so easy. But when you come back after those few hours and see it, it's like, oh man, that's cool. I really made that. The hard part is after it's done. You got to clean up. You got to peel them off the build plate. And let me tell you something. These two rooks, I had to take a hammer along with my little wedge. Not a hammer, a mallet, and tap it to get these off. They were so on there. And I'm like, oh my God. I don't want to put a scratch in my build plate. There's a lot of stuff going on that you got to learn. There's a lot to the cleanup. It is messy. But in the end, it's fun, I think. And you save a lot of money. And better yet, you get a lot of figures that you can't get anywhere else. Some great looking figures. I mean, if you're into Old Hammer, oh my God. There's so many people out there making STLs for old Warhammer style goblins and Skaven. I was looking at a guy today. He had a whole slew of Skaven models that were perfect. He had whole units of spearmen and the swordsmen and the glaives. He had some characters, the banners, and they looked perfect. Good times, man. Good times. Let's get someone else to print stuff for me. Yeah, and everybody looks to me now. Yeah, well, that's what you do. There's people that do that. I used to reface kitchens using contact cement. I had a customer ask if I was concerned about the fumes. I told him I used to be concerned. Yeah, I was pretty concerned at first too, but then I'm realizing that this ain't really that bad. I mean, it stinks. So obviously you might want to cover your freaking nose. And if I get headaches or something, like I did later on, at least I blamed it on the fumes. But that's normal. I'm in a good room. Another thing that I had to pay attention to was because it's UV light that cures this stuff, you pretty much got to be in a dark room to do this. You should be. And here I am in a room that's got a big ass window in the one side, and I got the printer right next to the window. That was not helping. So I quickly learned, okay, let's cover that window. So I've got it blocked off. I got a towel over the window so it doesn't let the light in. So it's dark in there when they turn the light off in the middle of the day. So I got that going. Yeah, it's a learning process. But I learned a lot in just a few days. So it's not that challenging. We'll see what I come up with. See what kind of craziness I can come up with for my games and whatever else. Looking forward to it, actually. Folks, I'm going to call the stream. I've been on here for too long. It's been 5.5 hours. Of course, it has been a week and a half since I streamed. Cody, love having you here every time, man. It's good talking to you. I hope you're getting things done. Enjoyed that beer. Only one. Careful, Cody. I've been there. I know what it's like coming home from work and grabbing a 6-pack. Hell with that. Grab a case. And that's it. Gone. Yeah, anyway. You too, Iron Man. I've got to keep my eye on you too. We'll leave it at that. Running through the woods with your flip-flops. Yeah, I appreciate you guys coming in and keeping me company, keeping a conversation going. I appreciate it. We'll talk to you again sometime later this week. Give you an update on what's going on. Good things to be sure, folks. Good things to be sure. I'm excited. So, with that, I'll leave you guys. You have a good one. And remember, hang in there. And you know why? It's only going to get better. And that's the truth. And I'll talk to you soon, folks. Toodaloo.